Hello! Hello everybody. Not sure why the stream died. I was on the stream and it kicked me out. Hey everybody! Yeah, refresh if it didn't work. Should be working. I'm not sure why it says connection is poor. But yeah, I haven't done it yet, but my last video sponsor is Factor, and every time somebody uses my code, I get perks for it. And my agent said that if this sponsor goes well, they're probably gonna be offering, you know, a bigger budget for my video next time. So if you want to support me, and you can, make sure to do it by using the link in the description below. If not, you know, just likes and subscribe. Watch the video. That's also pretty good. I sound weird? It's so over? Why are people saying it's over? Yeah, it's a healthy sponsor. It kicked people. It's kicking people? Jesus Christ. Apparently it died again. I'm having some errors in my stream waiting room. Not sure why. Should... It sucks that, well, on Twitch it seems fine. It looks like with YouTube I'm getting a few errors since the last time my stream crashed. Okay. Well, hopefully it fixes itself. Before we start with your video submissions, which, by the way, if you guys are... Somebody wants to become a Reddit mod, I think we need to create like a Reddit thread just for people to be able to post their videos. And it will be a better way, because Discord doesn't have an upvote system. So there's no way for me to tell which video you guys want me to react to the most, and there's so many videos being posted every day. So I know the reputation Reddit mod has, but really you wouldn't have to do much except make sure people don't post like troll shit. And then people could, you know, browse on the subreddit and upvote the videos they want me to react to. And be like, oh, I watched that one. That one's really good. Yeah, Shondo got banned for 30 days. Oh yeah, maybe I could just react to that too. Hold up. Wait, first, Con, you're kind of in the way, bro. First, just a quick shout out to Factor. Get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next month of orders using my links in the description, in the pinned tweet. And basically what it does is that you get like a bunch of meals, and every one of them comes up to $6 a meal, so it's super worth it. It's cheaper than McDonald's. Quickly, on the video that I did today, let me just expression. I'm gonna put the tail down because it's wagging too much. So I made a video, if you haven't seen it yet, on the whole saga with Bunny Ayu, known as Bunny Gift in the VTubing world, and Admiral Bahroo, who kind of bullied this VTuber called Lena Lazar, that a lot of people attest to her being a really sweet person, and also many other people. Like they actually bullied a lot of people, went behind their back, tried to ostracize them from the community. Every time they tried to start over and make new friends, they went to talk to these people because they were influential content creators, and they basically used their influence to try to ostracize some cosplayers and some VTubers from collabing with mutuals. And frame one, as I make this post, like I usually make a post about my video, Bahroo replies. Literally, he was the first reply. The first person to reply. So I don't know if he's ego searching, or if he is, if he wasn't, dude, maybe he wasn't the premiere. I don't even know. I don't even know, but he says, must be a slow content day if you need to drag up 3-year-old drama. And I respond, maybe for you it's just a drama, but it impacted a lot of people. And of course, as you guys know, but as far as my channel goes, it's mostly a retrospective of past controversies. And Bahroo is also the one who called Lena a professional victim when she came out with her statement. And my problem with this is that he actively, he went out of his way to try to talk shit behind her back, to, you know, trash her and try to ruin her reputation. Like, we have the logs, we have all of the screenshots, I documented everything in the video, and it's not like just a small misunderstanding, like, no. He took actions to try to prevent other people from growing, and that's not okay. Secondly, I don't know why he's replying to my tweet, because he's just telling his audience to, like, he's just shedding a spotlight on his own mistakes by doing so. And thirdly, Bunny GIF is trying, well, she said that she wanted to go back into VTubing. So this thread is wrong though. She doesn't, as far as I know, there's no sexual assault that I've heard of. I think maybe they're confusing harassment or abuse with, I don't know where the sexual harassment, sexual assault allegations come from. I didn't hear of that. But yeah, she is hot as fuck. She's very pretty, that's for sure, that's for sure. That's why I had the little wrist sound effect in my intro. It's like, oh, hold up. I need to look into her more for science. But she technically, she hasn't got into, as far as I know, she hasn't got into more controversy since then. But Bahroo, clearly with his response, is showing me that he didn't change, because in the video, the person that he was depicted to be by other people, from others people's account, it felt like he was a very controlling person, somebody that really wants to control how other people perceive him. He didn't want his friend to talk to his Twitch chat because he wants to have full control over his Twitch chat. He wanted to tell his friend what to do in terms of content. And when the people were getting cancelled during the pandemic, he grew very scared, and he tried to like act very friendly with his friend whom he had not treated very well in the past few years, in an attempt for him not to come out public with his story. Thank you, Buck Buck. Bahroo and Buddy lived together, and I've only found that at the end of my video when I found that article about Susu saying that she got called, that Bahroo called the police on her. Eventually we found out that, well, they made up, and they agreed that it wasn't Bahroo who called, it was one of their friends, and he gave them his name. And that's at that time when I looked into the comments there, people were like, oh yeah, they, you know, they live together. I also like how Silverville noped out. She essayed people's boyfriend. Yeah, I guess if the allegation that she laid on top of somebody else's boyfriend, that could be categorized as that. You're right about that. But yeah, I guess. I didn't think of that. Okay, I see. That's what the post is about. Okay, okay. I unfollowed him. I followed him. Well, a lot of people don't know about what he did. Like he's a very, very large content creator. He looks very cute. But behind the scene, he was there's a very high contrast between his personality that he displayed like behind the scene and the one he's portraying. Oh, hey, JL. There was some abuse allegations on her hand. Yeah, there was. A lot of people just sub for the emotes. Like, his emotes are super popular. I think I joined a bunch of discords where people use his emotes. Next one that I want to react to real quick. It's a really wacky story. Mujin is actually the one that sent me that. So lately, in the movie industry, I don't know why, but every game is getting turned into a large budget movie. There's the Fall Guy movie that came out recently on streaming. There's Last of Us. And now there's a Minecraft movie that's being filmed. And guess what? Valkyrie went into an interview and she appears in the live action Minecraft movie as a cameo. And she tells the interviewer, I saw him mistreat some of the crew, and she kind of talked shit about Jason Momoa, saying that he was very rude to the crew. She said that she saw him mistreat some of the crew and it was very disappointing. It was after a very intense scene, so maybe he was still in character. He was just really mad at them. They weren't doing something right, like setting up the shot. He was just really angry and yelling. I was like, this is not a good work of environment. I would not be happy working under those conditions. Well, I hate to break it to you, Valkyrie, but as someone who's also worked sometimes in movie sets or on sets in general or in entertainment, it's often like that. Behind the scenes, it's a very high pressure environment and people yell a lot. It's kind of like working in the kitchen. Like, for real, the lifestyle of somebody that works in those jobs is very similar to somebody that's working like in a restaurant kitchen. Like, if you guys watch Bear, the TV show, he gets always yelled at. It's kind of like that. Now, I don't know about Jason Momoa behind the scenes. He might be like horrible or he might not be. I don't think it's very smart of Valkyrie to get her Hollywood debut cameo that her agent probably worked hard to get her, and then she turns around and talks shit about one of the main actors of the set. She probably ain't getting called back. I particularly like this comment saying, not the Minecraft movie having a toxic working environment. Oh, we know Kanu is chill. God bless him. Christian Bale was like that in Terminator. I heard good stories from Christian Bale, but from directors. There's a scene in one of the movies that he's done where he needs to eat like bugs and cockroaches, because I think it's a scene like in prison. It's a very difficult one. And he told the director that he's gonna eat them, like actually eat them. And the director was like, okay, well, you tell me when you want me to stop rolling. And then he starts eating the bugs, and then he goes on and he eats so much, like it goes on for a really long time. And then he's like, what the fuck, why did you never tell me to stop? And then the director was like, no, you are the one that's supposed to tell me when to stop filming. So there's a lot of people that are kind of, you know, because of that line where she says, I would not be happy working under those conditions. Well, that's kind of easy to say when you're a streamer and you're a content creator and you're your own boss. Not everybody has that luxury though. This is the part where she talks about it.
They're good. Worst celebrity or streamer experience. You don't have to say the name.
I will say the name.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay.
Who's a asshole? Who's a fucking asshole?
How do I say this? So Minecraft movie. I have a cameo in the Minecraft movie. It's coming out. So, I would have to say Jason Momoa.
Really? Aquaman?
I just.
Not Jason Momoa, man. He's the Dothraki from Game of Thrones. I love him. It's not the button. I think it's one where they eat spicy wings. Is it that one?
Saw him like mistreat some of the crew, and it was pretty disappointing. It was after a very intense scene, and it was a very emotional scene, so maybe he was still in character, I don't know, but I just was kind of surprised by how he treated like some of the crew, and it was like,
what would he do? Like, he said, give me a fucking coffee.
he was just really mad at them that they weren't doing something right. The way it was like setting up like the shot and stuff, and like he was just angry, like really mad and like yelling, and so I was like, man, this is like not a good work environment. Like I would not be happy working under these conditions.
Damn.
So yeah, I would probably have to say that was probably like the worst like celebrity thing I've seen.
It's a scuffed Hot Ones copy, yeah. Oh, the video was low? Shit. Could you guys hear it properly? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Valkyrie. I actually like her. Just a disappointing comment, but, you know, it's okay. When you're eating spicy food, maybe you say a little too much. Wait, there's one more thing I wanted to look at. What was it? Oh yeah, the Shondo thing. Gotta find the tweet real quick. So, Shondo has gotten banned again from Twitch, and this time it's a 30-day ban. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. I really, and the most frustrating part is that the answer they give you, they never want to give you like a good answer. It's never a clear answer. So she did a stream getting drunk. I think it was she was saying that she was going to be a drunk white girl. I'm not sure. Yeah, she's being, wait, what? Girl wasted. Did she just misspell white, or am I just the one that misread it? Yeah, we are getting white girl wasted on this fine Friday the 13th. In the end, she only had like 3 glass, but she got banned. And a 30-day ban is a lot. She recently just came back to streaming after a long break, so this must hurt. No email about her ban, nothing from my partner manager or the site itself, radio silence. No details about what the ban is for or why, just haha, I don't like Shondo, let's hit the big red button, I guess. And she finally received her email, and now the explanation was very disappointing. They say, hey Fallen Shadow, we've reviewed your content video and we're concerned about you. If you're currently struggling or feeling unsafe, please reach out for help. Talk to someone you trust, contact your doctor, or go to the hospital. In accordance with our community guidelines and to protect our community, we've removed this content. S-word or self-harm behavior seriously threatens to harm yourself or endanger your life is not allowed on Twitch. Please read our community guidelines to learn more. We have a page dedicated to mental health support and resources that can help you navigate this difficult time. As this is a breach of our community guidelines, we've suspended your account temporarily for 30 days. Know that you're valued as part of the Twitch community. Please take care. I love that they're like, we value your mental health. Please take care. Boom. Let me take away your income for 30 days. And the subscription she has will not renew. So, rip. She says, I just got a 30 days ban for having 3 glasses of cream liquor. I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm not even hungover. What the fuck? Hey, you're sad, so we banned you. Yeah, it seems like somebody at Twitch maybe doesn't like her. Maybe because she's a lolly. I hate the false concern too. Yeah, this is targeted. Yeah, we're concerned about you now. Here's a 30-day ban from what is basically your livelihood. Yeah, I was just telling Parrot and Uzagi that we need to do a drunk stream again. Yeah, it's like the 4th time it feels. Just a Minx was only banned for 7 days and she was actually blackout drinking on stream, bro. And Just a Minx drinks so much, it's actually a problem. It's 9 AM Kiwasa, what the hell? Some mojitos? I'm just drinking a Pepsi. Yeah, if you have big bobas, you're safe. But if they're 2D bobas, you are in big trouble. Yeah, she will stream on YouTube, but a large chunk of her fan base is on Twitch, and viewers don't really migrate to new platforms. They won't see her pop up on the dashboard. Not every Twitch... not everybody also follows every single thing on the Twitter, so yeah. It's gonna hurt. Now, for the first video, we're gonna start easy with a 13-minute video about the Arcane... No, not arcade. There's gonna be a League of Legends live-action movie. I don't know how I feel about that. It might be really cringe or really good. And I've been playing League a lot. I might do a stream. I've been streaming a lot of League of Legends in my Discord because we've been doing a lot of community nights. So I might even have like some League streams coming in the future. And some collabs with some League of Legends content creators.
Or Thunder, more about them later in the video. See, over the years it was proven again and again that the music and media company Riot can also sometimes make good games. But their specialty is definitely cinematic media, as is obvious from the quality. Jokes aside, ever since the original reveal of Arcane, Riot has been really good at keeping the hype around it up pretty much till today. But while all the eyes were on Arcane as their main cinematic...
When are we gonna get the 2nd season? It's been fucking forever. Didn't it come out during the pandemic?
project, many people failed to realize that something else might have been secretly developed in the background. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that Riot is likely working on a live-action movie. This was originally teased quite a while ago, but recently it was pretty much confirmed in Riot's latest post about the company's reconstructions. Now, simply mentioning live action in the gaming sphere is very scary, and we'll get to why later in this video. First, we have to cover why people believe there is a live-action movie in the works. And it all begins more than 3 years ago in April 2021, a whole 7 months before the release.
Well, it's probably like 2 different teams that are working on these things. And apparently they do all of the Arcane like themselves. I don't think they outsourced all of it, but I'm not sure on that.
Of Arcane 1. Of course, the original job listings have been taken down since then, but thankfully there are a lot of posts on Reddit that archived all of it. Anyway, that's right, it all began before Arcane 1 was even out, which is why all of this was masked so well. Back then, Riot started looking for the global head to lead live-action movies and TV. Now remember the specific title of this job, because it will come up later. And the reason why originally people didn't really think much of it is because around this time people still had no idea what Arcane would be like. Which means most people thought that this is simply related.
Bro, we all thought it was gonna be like as bad as the Warcraft movie or some shit, but then it was so incredible that even people that don't know anything about League of Legends were like this appealed to them. It's good enough of a product to stand on its own 2 feet. And honestly, Piltover is not even like my favorite city or the lore in League of Legends, but I thought they did such a great job with it. I really want them to do something about Ionia, like Aurelia's land. I think that would be so cool, or something involving Silas, but I hope they do that in the future. Like, I freaking love that. I love their lore. It's so good.
To some more niche jobs around Arcane, or even a job that could be looking at how Arcane can move on. So most people didn't believe Riot had more projects that would be in the works at the same time, but rather
Aurelia is best girl. Like, she reminds me, I don't know why, her story kind of reminds me a little bit of Lord of the Rings. Like, she's protecting her city. A lot of people still have their hots for Jinx, but it's not gonna last forever. They need sequels out. Oh man, it's true. I remember now. Elon Musk tweeted back then about Jinx, and he was like saying that I think she was his type back then. I don't think he would say that nowadays. I feel like he probably wouldn't, but who knows? My favorite character. All the guys like Jinx, but because she's crazy. Do you guys like Jinx? My favorite character was... Who was my favorite character? I can't recall. I think it was Victor. I liked Victor. But I thought what he did at the end was kind of... When he got too much into his experiment, it was disappointing of him. He disappointed me. But I really liked his character. I also really liked... I loved Heimerdinger. He was so cute, man. Heimer was actually one of my favorite characters. He didn't have such a big role as the others, but I thought he was great. Yeah, he atomized his girlfriend. I didn't like that part. I was like, no, Victor, no. That's so bad. That's so bad. I like the Cade Vi arc. If their thing, their Yuri session wasn't even cringe. It was actually well done, I think.
They thought all of these jobs were related to Arcane. They were simply not ready to go to war with the idea that something was going on. And speaking of war never
No, it's War
changes.
Thunder! War Thunder is cool. They sponsored me before. I should ask them if they want to sponsor me again. Hello, War Thunder, I'm right there.
Back to other kinds of live action. So it was the end of 2021.
I'm gonna
Riot
message
was
my
filling up some
agent.
sketchy live action positions, and at this time, Riot already announced Arcane 2, which means people somehow remained skeptical. And they still believed that all of these jobs could be related to Arcane. But then, besides just looking for someone to work in this field, Riot's then CEO, Nicolo, revealed Riot's plans for the next 5 years. And here we can find some interesting mentions. For example, we got this quote. Looking at the next few years, sure, we'll launch other games, there will be Arcane Season 2, maybe more, and a bunch of surprises. Of course, related to Arcane 2. This means that at that time, Riot either wasn't sure if there would be more seasons of Arcane, or Niccolo knew that it would be only 2 seasons and he didn't want to spoil it. But then, most importantly, Niccolo also set up the goals for the next 5 years. And among these goals, we have this. Unleash fandom. We'll create groundbreaking gameplay, game events and features to refine fandom across esports, TV, movies, music, live experiences, merch, and more. And here, people started getting suspicious, because neither movies nor...
Oh my god! Coolzer! Thank you so much for the sub! Welcome! Howdy, everybody!
TV really describes Arcane. But at the same time, cinematic experiences or animations were not mentioned at all. Though that could be because Arcane 2 was directly mentioned before.
We need a new KDA
Regardless,
album.
This is where the gears...
Yeah, bring back KDA, bro. Bring back KDA.
Started spinning, and people started noticing that not everything lines up towards Arcane only. In fact, it seemed like Riot was forging their own cinematic universe in the background. Though even now, we technically don't know if it is related to League. The funny thing is, it can also be some live action for Valorant for all we know. But that finally takes us to the big news from 2 weeks ago. A new...
We need the KDA plus True Damage collabs. No! Males and females cannot collab. Hello? Yeah, keep the girls separated.
Update from Riot as a company called... We are updating our internal structure to better connect games with esports, music and publishing. That title rolls off the tongue. And this is where things are getting interesting. Because the first piece of news we got here is that John Needham, who was the president of esports at Riot, now moved on to be the president of publishing and esports. Meaning that besides esports and technology, he will oversee pretty much all kinds of media, from music to cinematic stuff. And the post then continues. Riot's TV and film development will now be led through 2 distinct studios, run by Christian Link, animation. This of course is the showrunner and the co-creator of Arcane, I'm pretty sure everyone knows him.
Can we cast Timothée Chalamet as Hui?
And Brian Wright, live action. Yeah, remember how in 2021 they were looking for the head of live action movies and TV? Well, 3 years later, not only did they find someone, but here's your confirmation that live action is happening. And we get this quote on top of it. With 2 focused entertainment studios, players will get to see a world beyond Arcane in fresh and immersive ways. Which further confirms that we are likely not dealing with animations here anymore. We are moving on to other cinematic styles. With at least one nail in this theory being this quote. Separately, we are creating 2 distinct entertainment studios that will allow for more dedicated resources. And greater focus on both animation excellence and the exploration of live action projects. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you were looking for a direct quote that would confirm it, here it is. Live action is happening. But we are still not done because there is one last quote that we can mention here. At the very bottom of the post, we get a short background for each of the heads of the studios. Here we can learn about John Needham, Christian Link, but most importantly, we also learn about the head of live action, Brian Wright. And here it says, Brian will lead the development of new live action projects as the head of Riot's live action studio.
Oh, he's launched a few good series like Stranger Things. I actually like Shadow and Bone. The Umbrella Academy was like interesting for the first season somewhat because we didn't have anything else to watch, and then I felt like it really fell off.
Since joining Riot in 2021, shortly before Arcane's global launch, Brian has been developing a slate of potential projects based on our existing lore and narrative. First of all, since it mentions 2021, it absolutely means he got in from the original job listing.
Yeah, I fell off hard. Oh, thank God I'm not the only one. I thought I was maybe just being lazy, not finishing the series, but I was just like, I'm never in the mood to watch it. I don't know, they can't get my attention.
But also it mentions that Brian is working on projects based off of Riot's lore. The thing is, League is still not directly mentioned, so there could be a tiny chance that it is based off of Valorant. However, before this it mentioned that they will be exploring stories beyond Arcane, which could hint we are still dealing with the League of Legends universe. But then the post still goes on. Prior to Riot Games, he was at Netflix, where he was the head of family and young adult programming, launching successful series such as...
Yeah, the writing was always like meh, and it's like, it has that feel, I can't put my finger on it, chat. It's that feel of fantasy shows that are kind of cheesy. They're never gonna be... I don't know if it's because we're spoiled by Game of Thrones, like high production budgets. But at the same time, if you're good at managing resources and you know where to make an impact, you actually don't need that much budget to make your production look high-end.
Stranger Things, The Umbrella Academy, and Shadow and Bone. Now first things first, Netflix was mentioned. And here we know that Riot already had
There was a fantasy show, by the way, that I feel like it never got another season, where it was about the guy that's... What was it again? The guy that puts people to sleep. He's like the sleep merchant. The Sandman. And that was actually pretty interesting.
Good relationship with Netflix. I mean, even prior to become the #1 Netflix show all around the world, Riot was able to strike a deal with them so that people could stream the first 3 episodes.
It is getting a season 2, bro. That show was forever ago, wasn't it? It feels like an eternity ago.
Of Arcane as they launched. That was a really big deal. And besides that, it mentioned that Brian launched Stranger Things, The Umbrella Academy, and Shadow and Bone. You know what all of these have in common? They are all technically live action, but they also have fantasy elements, which is pretty much exactly what we can find in the League of Legends universe. And here is where I want to mention the one last thing that I mentioned at the very beginning of this video.
I don't know, they need to get good actors if they do this with League, because I don't know if it's the direction or the acting, but Stranger Things had a great cast. The Umbrella Academy was meh, and Shadow and Bone, there was like one actor that I liked that I've seen in other stuff, but the other ones didn't really carry it for me.
Live action movies are scary.
Yes.
Because they rarely succeed around video games. And I
God,
can't think of a better comparison than the Warcraft movie here.
Yeah, I thought about it.
It was a live-action movie from
so
a heavy
bad.
fantasy universe, where the live-action and the CGI is pretty good. But the story is not that great. But thankfully, Riot is kinda good at dealing with this. First of all, Arcane proved that they know how to handle a complex story. And they can even simplify it for the broader audience.
Hi, Shark.
Yes, I said it. Considering all the stories that are happening all around Zone, Arcane is definitely a simplified version of the story this universe can offer. I mean, Riot still definitely has a pool of at least 15 more characters that they could put into Arcane. So, I don't believe their live action is gonna fall into the trap of their story not being great for the broader audience. And at the same time, it is worth mentioning that Riot is really good at breaking video game curses. I mean, before Arcane, there has never really been a mainstream media that broke out into the world that would be based on a video game. Essentially, all the video game movies were cursed. But after Arcane, all the movie producers realized that they can make a good movie based on a video game. But that is if they keep their focus.
That's the coolest Jim Carrey ever looked. After The Mask, of course.
around the core of the video game. And suddenly we got one good movie after another. So now we have to put a bit of trust in Riot and
Is it that good? I haven't seen the Sonic movie. Really?
hope that they can break
I haven't seen the Mario one either.
the live action curse too. And so, here you have it. Some pretty big news and the confirmation that there is gonna be some live action stuff. Whether it's a Netflix series or a movie, we still don't know.
We're on the
But
third
one
Sonic
thing
film. Where have I been? I think I don't know if I'm very really in the mood for animation movies because I feel like they're gonna have that light Pixar vibe, and I like watching more heavy stuff, I guess, or more like gritty, serious stuff. I think like I rarely watch comedies. Yeah, I hate fun. I don't know what to tell you, chat.
certain. Riot is not afraid to burn a lot of money to make it great. And as a fun fact, there is also a theory floating around the internet that Riot might also be working on their own anime, which would be also jumping on a new trend that is pretty successful. So guys, you better start buying all the skins because we have to fund all of this somehow.
Wait, Keanu Reeves is in the third Sonic movie? I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it.
Adobe is
How long is this? Oh, dude, guys, I have such a hate boner for Adobe. I think this Adobe video is gonna be really cathartic for me. Since they tried to charge me a $200 canceling fee on my subscription, I hate them. Thankfully, I found a loop around way and I scammed my potential scammers. What I did is that it gives you two options, and they're like, well, you can cancel and pay this, or you can buy a new subscription. I'm like, I got a new subscription. I picked a cheaper one, and then I canceled that one because you have 30 days to cancel for free.
the world's
Easy.
leader in creative software. Their software powers everything from Hollywood blockbusters to your favorite YouTube videos. But beneath the surface, there's a darker story. The company's practices are so controversial that even the US government has sued Adobe. This is why Adobe is one of the most evil companies on the planet. This video is brought to you by my startup, Silo's 7.39% yielding bond accounts. First, what does Adobe do? In short, Adobe makes creative software. Photoshop, Illustrator, After Effects, and about a dozen more iconic staple programs all come from Adobe. Despite their current drama, things used to be very different. Many years back, you could actually buy Photoshop along with all of their other products. You could pick up a physical disc in store, install it, and you were good to go. They were expensive at around $700, but once you bought it, you owned that copy of Photoshop. Also, you could upgrade to the newest version for only $200. People loved Adobe's products. They were the best. The company had an amazing reputation, but all of this was about to change.
They'll come
At
for
some
you.
point, Adobe's executives realized something. They could make much more money if they overhauled their business model. Have you noticed how almost every digital product or service is now a subscription?
Yes, I hate
This is
that.
called software as a service.
I hate that. Just make it a one purchase thing. But if they made it a one purchase thing, they wouldn't be able to do terms of services, I think.
Meaning you pay regularly to use the software instead of
Don't quote me on that. I need to speak to a lawyer.
buying it outright.
I plead
And
the fifth.
Adobe was one of the first to adopt it. Someone might spend more at once on buying their Creative Suite for $2,000, but this method has a massive downside. Getting a customer to make such a massive purchase is extremely difficult. But a subscription for the same product
Yeah,
at a fraction
same.
of that price is much easier to digest. People rarely factor in the distant future and end up paying more than they would have if they just bought the expensive package to start with. Adobe soon completely stopped selling products that you could own. You could no longer buy Photoshop. Instead, they began licensing products you could lease. Their revenue began to soar as they added hundreds of millions every quarter. But they also gained something else. With a subscription, you're paying Adobe to use their software. They own the license, which means they have all the
Prima,
power.
after you're done, play
They
League
can
with me?
change
Okay,
anything
but I
they
wanna...
want whenever they
Bro.
feel like it.
Nuzagi looked at my match history. He saw that I'm on a win streak, and he's like, "Let me ruin it for Rima. Time to send back."
And this is where all the problems started. Adobe soon began sending strange letters to customers using previous versions of their software, stating, "We have recently discontinued certain older versions of Creative Cloud applications, and as a result, under the terms of our agreement, you are no longer licensed to use them. Please be aware that should you continue to use the discontinued versions, you may be at risk of potential claims of infringement
You
by
wanna
third
stream
parties."
it?
These were Creative Cloud subscribers who hadn't updated their software in a while. Adobe never explained the full reasoning behind these threats, but naturally, this upset a lot of people. Yet, this isn't why Adobe is being sued by the US government. The reason behind that is much worse. Adobe offers Creative Cloud through an annual or monthly subscription, and they even offer a 7-day trial. But things aren't as they seem. If you sign up for this trial, it says paid monthly, except it's not a monthly subscription. It's a yearly subscription that's billed monthly. Adobe does offer a monthly subscription at $90 a month, subtly encouraging users to take the cheaper monthly option, but this is a trap. If you sign up and continue past 14 days, you're locked in, and Adobe
Yeah.
will do everything in their power to keep you there. How? With their dreaded cancellation fee. Hidden in their fine print, if you want to cancel your subscription, you will need to pay 50% of your remaining subscription upfront, which is oftentimes hundreds of dollars. And Adobe isn't very transparent about this.
Wait, Nuzagi, are you still here? What's that Donoton with the puppet?
Users who unsubscribe are surprised to see Adobe charge them hundreds of dollars, seemingly out of nowhere. People have been experiencing Adobe's greed for years. Adobe ripped me off for $60 after I signed up for a free trial, proceeded to cancel the trial, and then got charged for the product anyway.
Yeah.
Adobe tried to charge me $162 to
Yeah.
cancel my Creative Cloud subscription.
Yeah, that makes sense. $162. But for me, it was in Canadian, so Monopoly money, it was like 200.
One user was charged over $300
Oh,
to
it might have been US then. I don't, if it's different. Bro! Stop! And the worst part is that my editors also, we often find in Adobe Premiere, and I've spoken to senior video editors about this too, there's always problems. Like the video will just not render something, it will kaput. Users have been asking them to fix stuff for years now. And Adobe doesn't care. They've never even bothered to fix known issues. All they do is pump out new products so people keep on purchasing.
cancel their plan, and another even had Adobe attempt to bill them after they paid the cancellation fee. But it gets even worse. Many
Hi,
subscriptions
monkey.
allow you to turn off auto-renew, so your plan will automatically cancel at the end. Adobe doesn't. You can't just disable auto-renewing. The only way to cancel is to cancel the entire plan, which causes the massive cancellation fee. And none of this is new either. Adobe has been doing this for many years, except now it's finally catching up with them. The US Federal Trade Commission has taken action against Adobe, but this isn't just any lawsuit. Usually a limited liability company protects the individuals, but the US government is bypassing that.
I ran into this exact thing when using the trial to get some video backgrounds to... Oh my god, did you sub to Adobe stock? Yeah, I do a lot of image research, and a lot of them end up being on Adobe stock, and I'm like, nah, I'm not subscribing to you guys, good luck.
Given that this is a special case of greed and malice. They are deliberately going after individual executives, two in particular, the president and vice president of Adobe's digital media business. They argued that Adobe fails to adequately disclose to consumers that by signing up for the annual paid monthly subscription plan, they're agreeing to a year-long commitment and a hefty early termination fee that can amount to hundreds of dollars. Adobe clearly discloses the termination fee only when subscribers attempt to cancel, turning the termination fee into a powerful retention tool that generates significant revenues by trapping consumers into subscriptions they no longer want. Adobe naturally disagrees with the decision. They stated that cancellation fees make up less than 1% of their revenue, though that raises even more questions. Namely, why are they so insistent on using something which has given them so much backlash, which amounts to less than 1% of their revenue?
True.
If it's truly less than 1% and it's given them so many issues, why not just remove it? Simple. The process to unsubscribe is horrible. With all kinds of obstacles and the massive cancellation fee, people often stay subscribed even if they don't want to. Long term, this gives Adobe more money and allows them to boast about their low cancellation rates to shareholders. That's why the FTC is suing Adobe. Customers couldn't be happier, as it seems like justice is finally being served. Even with this lawsuit, there's actually an entirely different scandal surrounding Adobe at the exact same time. Believe it or not, they're in hot water for something much worse.
Dude, the editing of this video goes crazy. Like just 2 frames ago, there was like a Adobe headquarter, and then it zoomed in onto it panned to a B-roll, but it looks like it's a continuation of the shot. It's pretty good so far.
Past several years, big tech has jumped headfirst into the AI boom, and Adobe is no different. They've been integrating AI images into their own stock portfolio, but most importantly, training their own generative AI, Firefly, one very similar to Midjourney or DALL-E, but also integrates into Photoshop and other programs. The only issue is that AIs need data for machine learning, lots of it. So Adobe weaseled in hidden terms into the Creative Cloud with horrible implications.
Bro.
Adobe had very subtly changed their terms that granted them full access to users' local content. And most baffling—
What? The content on the software? Is that what local content means?
of all, they included that they had a non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce,
No.
publicly display, and much more.
I
Adobe
hate
basically decided that
that.
taking your money wasn't good enough. They wanted to own your
Is
assets.
it content on your PC or just content you opened up in Photoshop? That is crazy intrusive no matter what it is. But I'm just wondering, this should be illegal. Everything you make using their software, so like my videos, they could use them, they could monetize them, they could make ads with them. But that's only if you sign the terms of services. So if you pirated your software, then their software, then are you good? Oh, this is for the cloud. Oh yeah, yeah,
your
yeah.
creations, everything. Adobe could view your local files and do what they wished, but users caught on very quickly.
Our access to your content. We may access, view, or listen to your content through both automated and manual methods. And then down here it says our automated systems may analyze your content in Creative Cloud customer fonts, which are defined over there, using techniques such as machine learning in order to improve our services and software and the user experience.
Not only was this unethical training for their AI, but it also came with all kinds of implications. This is especially concerning for users and companies who use NDAs to protect their work, like those working on films or commercial space. Adobe was trying to override everything, and the backlash was huge. A worldwide boycott of Adobe began, with many major news outlets weighing in on the story. Some artists began uploading nightshade art to Creative Cloud, a way of intentionally misleading and poisoning machine learning. Adobe insisted that Firefly was ethically trained, but the evidence was clear. And following the enormous backlash, Adobe quickly changed their terms. They outlined in their new terms, we don't scan or review content that is stored locally on your device. We also don't train generative AI models on your or your customer's content unless you've submitted the content to the Adobe Stock Marketplace. A good change, but they've only done so because they were caught doing just that. But they're not out of the clear just yet. You might have caught the last part of that statement about the Adobe Stock Marketplace. This was once a prestigious resource for artists and professionals, but it is now flooded with AI with its own consequences. Brian Kessinger, a lead artist at Disney, found AI copies of his work in the marketplace with his name falsely attached to it. While this has increased the breadth of Adobe stock or catalog of stock photos, it's hard to say that this is a good thing. Browsing it today shows an absurd amount of low-quality AI artwork, many of which have incorrect spelling or weird, unnatural details.
I mean, this is the same as, you know, when everybody started buying Shein and Temu. So now, like, I think I saw this documentary the other day where even, like, thrifting and vintage shopping used to be a place where you know, you want to collect, like, fine materials, you try to find this one rare treasure. Now it's all flooded with garbage. With cheap Shein and Temu products, because those stuff don't last. No one wants to wear it. It's not comfortable. So yeah, it's an abundance of trash.
Now, if it wasn't bad enough that what's supposed to be a database full of real professional photographs has been completely diluted with unusable garbage, if I did want to license any of these photos, it would cost me $80.
No.
$80 for a photo someone generated by typing police car.
Adobe is hurting their own reputation as well as their own catalog. All of this has placed Adobe in a very bad light, all of which is their own fault. They're greedy, malicious, and their business model is predatory. The people who hate them the most right now are their own customers. All of this exposes a bigger problem that creatives are seriously considering. For the past decade, the creative industry has been ruled by Adobe. They got so successful because they made great products, but over time, they slowly also became a monopoly. In a healthy market with a lot of competition, if the company provides bad services, customers can
The thing is, they have like all the products we're used to using.
switch to a competitor. So the whole market faces pressure to provide the best service or a unique experience. But for many years now, Adobe has ruled their industry, and as time has gone on, they've made things worse for the consumer. But things might be changing. For years, people have been advocating others to switch from Adobe, looking for alternatives to this evil monolith. Their products have become notably unstable, their service has become more predatory, and now, with the changes to their terms brought to light, everyone has the best reason to leave Adobe behind. We're finally starting to see progress in the market. DaVinci Resolve has become more and more popular as a video editor, especially for blockbuster films, and as has Affinity as a Photoshop alternative. The market seems to be slowly but surely correcting itself, and hopefully this forces Adobe to rethink their ethics, but we'll have to wait and see. If you're interested in deeper dives, interviews with insiders, and exclusive tech analysis, you can sign up to our free weekly newsletter, link is below. But until then, I'm Hari, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
What's the original video of what we're watching right now? Why millions are deleting Adobe? FTC lawsuit explained. I'm gonna share this to my editor real quick. Has a lot of audio samples. Okay. Are we actually going to play with Nuzagi? The TOS change was all, it just went viral on Twitter? Anyone using Adobe from 2021 has agreed to the TOS already? No way. Alright. I saw this on my timeline and the video keeps...
Adobe is
Whoops.
Mia Khalifa is a woman.
I saw this on my timeline and the video keeps growing in views, so, you know, I had to watch for science. Of course. We're a bunch of scientists here.
Best known for her stint in the adult film industry, who over the past decade has attempted to not be defined by her old life and instead turn herself into a social media influencer, boasting millions of followers.
Oh wow, 26
Let's be
million.
honest here, you all know who she is, with the journalists and YouTubers alike having made short videos and articles detailing the basic gist of things. Recently though, me listening to a few podcasts with her born out of curiosity,
Mia Khalifa is also wearing glasses.
soon turned into a full journey down the Khalifa rabbit hole, as I began listening to every single one of her interviews and scouring all the archives.
So, who was this? She's a prawn actress, but surprisingly, well, she was very popular, but I think she spoke about that she was in the prawn industry very briefly, I think only a couple months. And she swore off the whole industry since then.
I could find, leading me to discover an untold tale of one of the most famous people on the internet that no one has actually bothered to piece together. In short, I want to get to the bottom of the many paradoxes and inconsistencies of this former adult star, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's start simply with the story you know, which is the one Mia has told time and time again. Sarah Jo Shaman, Mia Khalifa's birth name, was born in Beirut, Lebanon on February 10, 1993. For the first 8 years of her life, she lived in the Middle East and was raised Catholic while attending private school that taught her English. In 2001, closely after 9/11,
The USA
her
flag.
family moved to America, which proved to be terrible timing. Mia had a very difficult time.
But why use her proname though and not her real name? Well, I don't know, probably privacy issue, and she already, well, had an established fan base, I guess. Couple months, I don't know exactly how many it was, but I thought it was very short. But it was a long time ago that I've learned about this, so my memory be faulty.
Assimilating in the US initially. The public school system was not kind either, as she was one of the very few non-white students and was bullied for her weight. Mia claims to have grown up feeling out of place and unattractive.
And then I get to high school, and I'm kind of in that weird middle class where I know the popular kids, and I'm cool with like one or two of them, but we like don't hang out outside of school. I'm not really a loser. I just have no place in high school. I don't know my place.
There was bullying surrounding the way I looked, the way I acted, the food I brought to school, basically everything. I just did, I didn't know anything else. So I didn't know if I would ever fit in anywhere. I thought everywhere was like this.
So you felt very isolated.
Very.
As a teen, she was sent to a military boarding school and soon started dating her first husband, Wyatt O'Brien, who was 7 years older than her. They met when she was 16 and he was 23, eloping 4 days after her 18th birthday, which she did because she had very little self-worth at the time.
Toxic, manipulative relationships and men in your life, what do you think was like the reason you got into them, and how did you get out of them?
I got into them because I didn't think highly of myself.
Following the marriage, the teen decided to go to college at the University of Texas, El Paso, and received a bachelor's degree in history. It was in this period that she lost 60 pounds. Despite now
I was reading what you guys were saying in chat, and I missed it.
Now being happy with her weight, she was still insecure about her body, which led her to undergo plastic surgery. Overnight, she started receiving tons of attention for her new look. This is when, at 21, she was randomly stopped by a man in the adult industry.
Someone did confront me, but it was out I was at the mall.
Okay.
And they were like, hey,
At the
you're
mall?
modeling, and I never really had my wild phase in college. I was very reserved.
And a car literally stops dead on its tracks and rolls the window down, and they're like, you are so gorgeous. Would you like to model for me? Like, can I give you my card?
She then took his card home as a
Wait, so it was at a mall, like, but outside? Maybe it's an outside mall?
joke to show her husband, who was thrilled by the idea of seeing his wife in adult movies. She would
Okay.
later accuse him of abuse and pushing the young woman into an industry that she did not morally or ethically agree with. She
Okay.
told many media outlets that she did it to please him and not because it was something she was interested
That is weird that her husband, like, apparently pushed her into it.
in.
I deeply and morally and fundamentally disagree. Legally,
Yeah.
also, if we're getting nitpicky,
Right. Like ethically.
ethically,
Yeah.
with them as a person, I even feel weird calling it a relationship because the dynamic was not one of a relationship. It was more one of someone who saw a toy to play with.
Despite these supposed hangups, she would go on to film an infamous hijab-wearing scene under the name Mia Khalifa that made her one of the most watched adult actresses in the world. The former claims that the scene was not her idea and she did not want to do it, fearing for her life.
You must have known how provocative that was.
I verbatim told them, you guys are going to get me killed.
And they said,
They just laughed.
Mia Khalifa would become one of the most
Damn.
notorious names in porn, which
Apparently, this video made her really popular, but she also got so much hate for it. But it's like, Yeah, so it's crazy, but also like when you're on Instagram and these websites, you just get so many like creepy comment. Like if you look at a girl's like comment section, it's always filled with really weird stuff. It seems like Instagram has more of that than other apps. Not sure what, but yeah, you get like if you look in your spam inbox, it's crazy.
Which is when Bang Bros provided her a contract she allegedly signed under extreme duress.
When you sign your contracts, you have, you know, the president and the CEO of the company sitting in the room with you, waiting for you to read it. And when you're reading it, you're not comprehending anything that's written because you're so nervous because people are staring at you.
When these videos exploded in popularity and millions took to the internet to scrutinize her, she tried to get away and lead a normal life, but following 2 failed normie job attempts, she felt it was impossible to get her old anonymous life back. It was around this time that she attempted to become a content creator and build her social media following. Through this, many people wanted to hear her story, as she began speaking against the adult industry for tricking vulnerable women, like herself, into bad contracts, and professed to have only made $12,000 for her videos. Soon after calling the multi-million-dollar organization out, they created an alleged smear campaign against her.
The people responsible for this get to just live high and dry, and they get to continue doing it to this day.
Can I tell you what makes me sleep peacefully at night, though?
Sure.
Knowing that a man made an entire smear campaign against me because that's how much he fears me.
Mia has said time and time again that she would never have gone into this career if it hadn't been for men who had forced her into positions that she did not want to be in. And this is essentially the surface level story she's been telling people for the last 10 years.
Okay.
Heck, even I...
So he's gonna get into deep now. Because I feel like he went through the whole story like really fast, but there's a lot of conflicting facts, and I hope he's gonna like get into it and see what's true and what's not true and separate all the stuff. Let's watch.
Told it years ago in a video covering her. Every interview she does usually revolves around her getting asked the same handful of questions with the same responses, and occasionally if someone says something she doesn't like, it becomes very tense.
The word porn star appears immediately. That is something that you will never, ever overcome, however much...
Is this actually called BBC Hard Talk?
First of all, that's rude. I'm trying to.
First of all, I was in the adult industry for 3 months, so you
Yeah,
need
3
to
months. That's what I heard. That's what she used to tell people, or she still does. I don't know. Going deep with Mia Khalifa sounds like one of her prawn videos.
check before you ask me to call into your shitty radio station.
This pattern has caused there to be a simplified and, in my opinion at least, often skewed telling of events. That being said,
well, it might have been only 3 months. I don't know. But she blew up during that time. Like, she really blew up. Like, her videos are being watched still to this day, and I don't know if there's a royalty system. Probably not, because there's tons of re-uploads of prawn, so I don't know how they pay their actresses. I don't know if they earn like that much.
Able to compile some often unreferenced information, usually in the form of an occasional anecdote she'd tell if she was feeling more comfortable. And even though I haven't connected everything, I think I have a far better understanding of this tale.
She sold her soul for money. Can get you. I mean, I don't have anything against prawn actress. I think they do a very difficult job. Like, it's you know, it's not faked. I mean, some of things is fake, but you know, it's not fake like it is in Hollywood. They gotta do the deed. They gotta do the deed. And I think I'd rather have like a legalized prawn industry than an illegal one. It's hard work. I think we could do so many puns, like so many.
That is often surprising, outrageous, and honestly quite tragic. But before we go any further with this video, I just want to give a shout out to my company, 1UP. The story behind this product is I wanted a simple, high-quality, all-in-one face cream to apply every morning, but when I went to different websites, it was overly complicated and most tried to upcharge me on buying 6 different bottles of stuff. And that's why I partnered with some industry professionals to make a product where I could moisturize, boost, strengthen, protect, and tone my skin all with 1 pump a day. Although to be fair, I have a big face, so I actually need to use 2 pumps. I co-own the product with multiple other people, including Dr. Deborah Bailey. She has over 30 years experience as a dermatologist and also believes in the vision of simplifying skincare. So to try out 1UP for yourself, click the link in the description down below and use promo code GFM to get 25% off any order.
1 pump a day!
Let's go back to the beginning with her upbringing to shed more light on why Sarah might possibly have turned into Mia. Coming from the Middle East, her parents must have been terrified of Western culture.
Spreading your legs is not difficult? Okay, well go get, go spread your legs for 2 dudes. And then see if it's difficult. And come back and tell us in chat.
And the influences it could have on their daughter. Due to this, Mia claims that she had more freedom in Lebanon to visit friends than she did in the States. Being unsuccessful socially at public school, her parents decided to move her to Massanutten Military Academy, a boarding school for grades 8 through 12 located in Woodstock, Virginia. Despite being tormented at public school and knowing how horrible it feels to be picked on,
spreading is the easy part, the other part ain't.
Mia has admitted to being a bully while at the academy.
If you sat in front of me in class, you are getting a Jolly Rancher in your hand.
Dude.
You're a bully. Were you a bully?
I would.
It may have been her natural ability to haze other students that allowed her to find community at this academy, or maybe it was because she had more freedom than living with her parents. In more recent interviews, she refers to herself as isolated in high school, though it does appear to be where she became more active in an adult context.
Were you known as the blowjob girl?
I was.
What?
So depending on what interview you're listening to, there are 2 possible reasons Mia went to the expensive boarding school. She had no friends at public school, or she was a wild child her parents were desperately trying to tame. After graduation, Mia reflected on her experience positively and even mentioned that she had plans to continue in the military. However, those aspirations quickly faded when she realized she was getting tired of the strict schedule. Without a plan and looking to feel settled, she turned her attention to another way of still having the military around her without being directly involved: marrying into the military. It was in the boarding school that was meant to shelter her where Mia met her first husband, Wyatt O'Brien. He was 23 at the time when she was only 16. This should have been a warning for Mia, but she admitted that at the time she felt
she was 16? Did I hear that properly? That's
a connection with Wyatt because he made her feel desired. He would call her mature for her age.
Oh no, not
after
that.
her 18th birthday.
Not the grooming line. Oh.
In 2011, he convinced Mia to elope, though the couple didn't spend much time together because the military forced Wyatt to be away often. When they were together, she discovered a dark secret of Mr. O'Brien. He could only have sex after watching explicit content.
He had a very unhealthy porn obsession. It was to the point where we never had sex unless he was watching porn first, and it was, I mean, that was just his twisted fantasy.
To be fair, her husband has never spoken to the media about this relationship.
Oh, okay, yeah, so they got married at 18, but they started seeing each other when she was 16?
Interestingly, with enough digging, you can see that they both seem to be active online during this era. Going to Reddit, I discovered a post talking about users named Dirty Chem and Dirty Chem's wife, who used to be in the cuckolding community. This is interesting because some claim them to be Mia and Wyatt before her rise to fame. It was from that lead that I uncovered lewd photos of Mia on multiple subreddits prior to her professional career, where she seems to tease her husband. She posted things such as,
okay, so that... Okay, so she didn't just get scouted at the mall, I guess. That explains a lot.
I plan on going and getting by a guy who thinks I'm cheating on my husband with him, while he works late.
Wait, there's actually a cuckolded Reddit. There's so much to unpack here. I'm still stuck on that, the fact that there's a cuckold Reddit thread. I know you guys like the word cuck in here. Yeah, it's NTR, like IRL NTR.
Post on the computer alone with dinner sitting in front of it. The attached link shows her messaging a man named Cody who is excited to hook up with Mia. I just want to get you already. Should I leave, LOL? Yes. Hallelujah. LMAO. There's even a follow-up of Wyatt finding out about her and Cody and getting excited. Here you can see Mia's hand on top of a man's lap that is presumably not her husband's, with her spouse responding, "Go on." Things got progressively racier from here, with the images and messages turning into posts showing full-on explicit acts.
Okay,
One Redditor
that's
states,
disgusting. This... Oh... Guys, flesh tubers are so gross. That's what I'm gonna say.
"My wife likes to put something sexy on when my buddy comes over for our weekly poker game." Wyatt responded, "Whoa, that's awesome. You two should figure out a way to make sure all the guys see but act like it's a mistake. See who makes a move on her." Wyatt even answered questions about Mia and confirmed her identity in an "Our Hot Wife" post. "That's my wife, not Indian though, Lebanese. She's been posted on this sub multiple times."
Oh, he's
LOL.
bragging about it. I'm taking psychic damage, like slowly. It's a dot.
These accounts predate Mia's time in the adult industry, making the popular story of Mia randomly being given a card and jumping into hardcore
Hi,
porn
Peanut.
less believable, since there seemed to be a
Hope you had a
slower
good stream.
progression towards that. Many of the posts involving Wyatt and Mia are now deleted, but I did manage to find a few where Wyatt addresses his wife coming into the industry. In 2020, he responded to someone posting about Mia being forced into filming. It was an experimental age for both of us. We both enjoyed it at the time. Then when someone asked how he felt about his ex being a famous adult star, he responded with, "Don't really care, to be honest." Wyatt also responded back to a Redditor who
Well,
felt
that makes
bad
a lot
that
of that makes a lot of sense why he wanted her to become a prawn actress, because they were into that. He was into watching her do the deed that you should never do in front of your plushies, by the way. By other men, which is so weird.
Girls like Mia would do porn. Wyatt responded, "Why? She enjoys it." O'Brien has been quiet about his former wife since these posts,
Let's
most
turn off
likely
the light.
because he'd now have to answer for the claims of grooming, and we'll get into their separation later. It's interesting to show that her explicit internet debut was much earlier than any source lists it as currently. And from what I can tell, she has never publicly talked about these accounts.
Yeah, never do it in front of your plushies. That's why you don't keep your plushies in your bedroom, chat. You keep them in another room. Wait, it worked, Peanut Bun? I missed the notice then, but regardless, I hope you had a great stream, and thank you for raiding.
But Reddit is not the only topic Mia avoids discussing. When Mia was living in El Paso, Texas in 2012, still married, working at a restaurant while attending college, she lost a lot of weight, which she talks about a lot.
And then I kind of started to chase that validation because I felt like that was the only way for me to get positive attention from men because I was so overweight growing up.
I lost 50 pounds in college, but I was overweight for
50 pounds.
Honestly, until a year before I went into the industry.
That's a lot.
While it is a good anecdote, I noticed that as time has gone on, she has made the spin on it much more negative.
You lost 50 pounds exercising or starving or all of the above?
No, it was through exercise.
That's great.
The first thing I did was cut out soda. And also I don't drink that often. So I never had to worry about like beer weight or like wine calories or liquor and stuff. So cutting soda out really helped.
By 2021, this has shifted as she now alleges to have lost the weight through more harmful methods.
Right. And I lost the weight in the worst possible way.
What do you mean? How did you do it?
Not eating, just being completely unhealthy, abusing laxatives, just doing all of these things to put my body through the ringer and lose this weight so drastically.
No matter how she lost the weight.
Well, I mean, good for her for losing the weight, but now I don't believe her anymore. Gave her the benefit of the doubt at the beginning of the video, but a lot of her story is changing. And now it's starting to feel like she's just, you know, trying to garner sympathy, and, you know, she's making her story look worse than it is. So I don't know why. For marketing, or for clout, I guess.
Young college student was impressed with herself and wanted other people to see her hard work. Since Wyatt was gone often and she was forced to wear a drab uniform at her mundane restaurant gig, Mia may have wanted a change of pace. A more exciting
Everyone knows blushy nendoroids and figures are perverts. They see everything. Very true.
life, if you will. So in 2012, she decided to take a job at Q-Rotica, El Paso's ultimate exotic and erotic adult party. It was here that she supposedly met the Reddit user Not Dirty Chem, who managed the strip club and exposed Mia's job in the adult party scene. I managed to dig up a now deleted post which detailed their long-term relationship. And if this account is to be believed, it details his long-term relationship with Mia, all the while never knowing that she was actually married. And while I can't say definitively this is real, he does provide pictures of Mia which are not available anywhere else on the web, so you can be the judge. Not Dirty Chem claims that Mia would speak briefly on the phone with Wyatt, but told him it was her gay best friend. He even alleges that she filmed them having sex without his permission. Their relationship lasted past her days of giving lap dances and into her time in Miami, showing another instance of Mia exposing herself to the risque and embracing it. Mia fully stopped working at the club around 2013 when she moved to Miami after claiming to have gotten her degree.
So I was able to graduate college in 3 years because I had 3 years of high school, college credits earned. So I went to UTEP, graduated, got out of there as fast as possible because there was nothing in El Paso.
I hate to keep on giving these side notes, but I could not find any record of Mia ever graduating from El Paso. I combed through all the school's commencement names dating from 2010 to 2020, and her legal name was not found. I don't doubt that Mia went to college, but there is a question of why she doesn't show up on these records. Anyway, back to the video. Mia felt self-conscious about her body after attaining a thinner frame. This was due to the fact that she now had extra skin and didn't like how her breasts looked, missing the old version of them.
I had 34 triple Ds, and then I lost 60 pounds, and I had 32 As, but I had all of this excess skin to the point where the doctor couldn't put implants in, otherwise my nipples would face like my toes. So they had to do a lift and then put implants in.
It appears the biggest reason for her move to Miami was for her boob job. She did copious amounts of research about the procedure and the best doctors to give her the look she was going for.
Part of the reason I chose Miami was actually because I knew I didn't want to live in California, but the best doctors for that are in Beverly
boob jobs look good. I'd prefer flat.
Hills. But the second best place is Coral Gables in Miami.
Following the surgery and painful recovery, Mia noticed that as she was out eating, walking down the street, and just carrying on about her life, that eyes were always following her. All of a sudden people, specifically men, couldn't keep their eyes off of her. She felt like she finally was attractive, desired, and started to change her wardrobe to show off her new curves.
So I had to do some research, and so you worked at Whataburger, right?
I did not.
Did you not? Is that all made up? Is that all made up?
Where did you research?
All made up.
I did obviously the wrong thing. Is that made up for real?
Someone did confront me.
Is Whataburger like Hooters or nah? Or does it not have anything to do with it?
But it was out I was at the mall.
It was outside this establishment in a plaza where she'd hear a car come to a screeching stop. The black-tinted window rolled down to reveal a middle-aged man in the driver's
it's just a normal chain. Okay,
openly
never mind.
looked her up and down, telling her she was drunk.
I'm trying to connect dots where there isn't now.
Gorgeous, and had the perfect body for modeling. Mia took the card and then researched the
quote-unquote modeling
company, shocked to discover that it was for nude modeling and pornography. Looking at her testimonies, I do believe that she likely took the card home, showed it to her husband, who then agreed it would be a good idea. This lines up with her feelings of being pressured into it. She explained that she waited 2 weeks, but was unable to deny her curiosity and the allure of the new job.
There is so much porn out there that there's no way that anyone is ever going to see me. So I kind of did it just to let off some steam and be, I don't know, I thought it would be my dirty little secret, and then it blew up in my face.
Mia never expounded on what exactly she was.
It blew up in her face?
Rebelling against.
Literally.
But her former associate Gilbert Arenas spoke in an interview that she decided to go into the industry because she was, quote, pissed off at her parents.
Like, it was like, man, you feel bad because it's like, well, I didn't
dance that long. I was only doing it because I was pissed off at my parents.
If you're keeping track, this makes 3 possible stories as to why Mia became an adult actress. Either it was because she wanted validation, was angry at her parents, or coerced by her ex-husband.
Or mind natural? Yeah, of course.
Maybe it was a combination of all 3. No matter what the case may be, what we know for sure is that she began working with the editor who stopped her in the street, Dave, at the company Scoreland, a smaller operation based in Miami that specializes in women with large breasts. Mia has barely ever talked about her time at this company, preferring to focus on her most well-known videos from Bang Bros. Because of this, people often summarize her rise to fame as her being approached behind the counter at a Whataburger.
There's a really good movie on the prawn industry. It's called Pleasure. And this is where I discovered my favorite prawn star, because she was an actress in that movie. She's really pretty.
By Bang Bros, which is a weird false amalgamation of stories. At Scoreland, she acted in videos under the alias Mia Kalista. She shot over 2 hours of content with them and 366 photos. While she might not have wanted the entire world to know her dirty little secrets, she certainly didn't mind a few knowing at least. On top of that, she shares a glimpse into her background, schooling, and job here. In this interview, she says that pornography was always something she wanted to do.
So you came in again, and this time, Gil was very slick. He said, so we want to ask you something, but I understand that you can't—
The good stuff's on the male side. In hentai. You actually like girls? What do you mean? She contradicts herself a lot. This is why I think you should always be, like, honest. You shouldn't lie because it's eventually gonna come out. I'm not a Fujo. I don't know why everybody's gotta jump to this conclusion.
Really leave your register, so I'm gonna give you this website and you should go to it on your own time. So he wrote down, handed it to me on a piece of paper, and I went to the bathroom and I checked it out. And as soon as I saw what it was, I was like, oh, this would be so cool.
It's very fair to argue that these clips are just from a sleazy interview and she was putting on an act. However, she is truthful about a lot of the personal information here, making it difficult to detect where the line is drawn between fact and fiction. Mia must have felt some sort of connection to this industry because she was such a success at Scoreland that she got the attention of the famous adult company Bang Bros.
Okay, you guys have funny comments in the chat, but I feel like I'm pausing the video too much.
2014, and agreed to work with them. After the shift, they decided to update her fake name to Mia Khalifa. She got the idea by using her dog's name Mia and her favorite rapper's name Khalifa. It was there that the young, naive, and vulnerable Mia would become one of the most notorious porn stars for one particular scene that changed her life forever. Based on early interviews from 2014, Mia seemed excited to take part in a new opportunity. Bang Bros was larger, their clothes, hair, and makeup were better quality, and the men around her made her feel special, desired, and beautiful. Everyone likely told her how amazing she was, how much money she would make, and how she was a natural performer. The industry built her up and made her feel like she could trust them until one day, while in hair and makeup, the producers confirmed that she could speak Arabic, and then explained to her their brilliant idea of her wearing a hijab in an explicit video. In early podcast appearances, Mia talks about this scene, claiming that she didn't know it was going to be bad. But over the next couple of years, she started to add in the detail that she pushed back against the producers, and they just laughed her off.
Very Muslim countries were deeply offended by it, and I'm Catholic. So to me, it wasn't like, oh yeah, this is bad. What I actually said when they proposed the scene to me, and this is verbatim, was
She looked so different back then.
Fuckers are gonna get me killed.
It's difficult to say how much she was coerced versus complicit in this scene. But in messages provided by the supposed strip club manager Not Dirty Chem, Mia is sitting in the Bang bus and holding the script for what appears to be the hijab scene. She says, doing a threesome with my stepmom. I have the actual script, with a laughing face emoji to follow. What I can say for certain is that there is no way the young Mia would have known
Was it actually called the Bang Bus?
the impact of doing this scene. After it was released, it skyrocketed to the top of the charts. People were both horrified and intrigued.
What? It was covered by CNN? She's she was Pornhub's highest ranked adult star. Her chosen line of work has not only disappointed her parents, but generated a huge controversy in her native country. It's gained so much esteem that some Arab news outlets published a family statement this week condemning Khalifa's action, expressing the family's regret about her fame as a porn star. Ah, crap, I said the full word. Rip monetization.
The first hijab scene in adult entertainment, with there even being another actress in that video, all the focus was pinned on Mia Khalifa. The reason for why it was a big controversy involves the Muslim religion, which is very against pornography. Watching or engaging in porn is considered haram. Seeing someone wear a hijab while disrespecting their religion upset many, especially ISIS sympathizers, a movement that was at its peak relevance at the time. Internet users created images of her being beheaded by ISIS, to which she responded, "Just don't cut off."
That's they made AI images? Or they made Photoshop images?
Off my boobs, they were expensive. These attempts to laugh it off failed miserably, and she was banned from her home country of Lebanon. It's interesting to point out that the community that was hardest on her were the ones that looked up her videos the most. At only 22 years old, she was the most searched performer on pretty much every adult video website. Her dirty little secret had been exposed, and everyone was shaming or mocking her. To make matters worse, her parents learned about her adult career through CNN, when a journalist called them and asked for comment. Her family very publicly disowned the young woman.
Wait, CNN snitched on her to her family. Yikes. She should have worn the other hijab. The one that covers like everything except the eyes. Then they wouldn't have recognized her. That would have been smarter.
Following this event, which appears to stand to this very day, Mia obviously was devastated.
The burqa, yeah. Instead they just
young woman
they put a scarf on her and called it a hijab. Like, what the hell? It's prawn movies have always the scuffiest outfits and costumes.
May have felt
they're like $2. $2 is our budget.
Lean into her choices, feeling that she was past the point of no return. After expressing her fears to Bang Bros, they told her that it would all blow over and that she was lightning in a bottle. To them, she had attracted a whole new audience of viewers, therefore making them a ton of money. They did not want to lose her to another company, so they decided to present her with a long-term contract in 2015.
Well,
I think that it should be illegal to force a woman to sign a contract right then and there.
They force you to sign it then and there.
Well, they don't force you, but they put it in front of you and say, "This is your contract, sign it." Like, they're not holding a gun to my head, but it's intimidation in the sense that I'm 21 and there's 4 men around me.
All saying, "You can trust us."
Yeah.
This is the sentiment that Mia has shown in all interviews covering the contract signing. But Bang Bros has disputed this claim, and showed a video that exhibits Mia's excitement to sign.
"I'm on contract with Bang Bros now for 6 months. I'm only shooting with Bang Bros. 1 scene a week." Thank you!
In their telling, she was flattered at being one of the very few women to actually have gotten a deal in writing. Also, if the receipts are to be believed, she was given the agreement over email and had the opportunity to look it over. This is quite different from her claim that she was seemingly coerced into signing in an office, as a bunch of men loomed over her. Mia went ahead and signed the contract, but after only 2 weeks renegotiated new terms, where she no longer had to film explicit videos, but instead cam girl for live audiences instead.
I think she is naked. I was wondering the same. All I'm saying is Johnny Sins is the hardest working man in America. I don't know Johnny Sins. Who is he? Is he a prawn actor? What? It's the bald guy? Why do you guys pay attention to the guy in the video? You guys know the guy's name? Not gonna lie, Chad, that's pretty gay. Not that I judge you, but... He's a plumber, a doctor, a firefighter, a stepbro. He's done all the professions, I bet. Plumber, pilot, astronaut, fireman, doctor. Oh, he's famous outside the prawn sphere? Okay. Oh, he's also a cancer survivor. Oh. Oh, it's the meme. It's the meme, that's why you guys know it. He's acted every job from gardener. There's so many fantasies out there. An astronaut. There's a prawn film about an astronaut. Are you serious? He's a man of many talents.
Like, people still think that I'm doing it when I did it for 3 months, 4 years ago.
Although claiming to have left the industry after only 3 months, this statement is pretty dubious. She had posted naked pics and videos on Reddit.
Yeah, that man has an incredible range. Literally.
Worked at a strip club, and filmed multiple scenes at Scoreland before her 3-month stint shooting with Bang Bros.
I see Mia, I press like, I see Mia, I press play. Okay, enough with the jokes. I'm gonna listen to video.
And even then continued to model and webcam there for at least another year afterwards. While all this was going on,
so she did
began her
webcam.
divorce from her husband, Wyatt O'Brien, citing that they had moral and ethical differences. This coincides with her dating a higher-up in the Bang Bros company, who she later alleged had manipulated her into staying because she was trying to foster this new relationship. She felt like this exec...
I forgot my joke, never mind.
Dragged the relationship on, only seeing her on the weekends, if that, so while she lived in a low-quality apartment filled with cockroaches.
Ugh.
Experiencing feelings of depression, Mia said it was her dogs that got her through that difficult time.
Dogs.
She just kept on thinking that no one would take
dogs.
care of her animals if she didn't, and needed to keep on going for them at least. Understanding that the industry wasn't making her happy, she eventually tried to go back to a normal life. But that proved difficult. In many of her job interviews, she was recognized. Eventually, she got a gig working as a paralegal, but felt insecure about how often she was noticed. Then worked as a bookkeeper at a construction site, which ended up being a failure since so many men kept on making comments. It was at this point that she had her Joker moment.
Yeah, construction sites is probably not the place where you should work as an ex-prawn star.
Leaving the cockroaches behind, she moved back to Texas to try and escape the adult industry. She first attempted to redefine herself through sports. Mia is an avid sports fan and got gigs on shows such as Out of Bounds and Sports Ball with commentator Tyler Coe and NBA player Gilbert Arenas. She describes these jobs as a dream come true. However, her hopes were dashed when instead of receiving respect due to her vast sports knowledge, she was instead receiving negative comments and sexual DMs from athletes. In response to these messages, she released them to the public in order to shame, such as Cubs catcher Wilson Contreras, Ole Miss quarterback Chad Kelly, and former Bills safety Duke Williams.
Wait, who's Duke Williams? He's a sports guy?
She even claims that Drake slid into her DMs, but didn't provide proof, although I don't doubt it. To make matters worse, Mia's sports trash talk often resulted in her X-rated past being continuously brought up. For example, she tweeted an image
It's very hard for them to get it back to a normal life after that, or get a normal job. I saw a documentary on it.
Players on the 76ers.
Too old for Drake?
A room full of L's. NBA player Joel Embiid, who was in the image, did not take kindly to this dig, and responded back, says the woman with miles of D. Drama was not just delegated to the internet though. People recognized her constantly and felt entitled to walk up and touch her inappropriately. In 2017, it all became too much for Mia as an article was released reporting that she had physically hit one of her fans for trying to take a photo. She never denied the incident and instead responded, "If you yell degrading profanities at me for half a mile, then jump in my personal space uninvited, I will defend myself." The man she punched, Jared, spoke openly saying that other people were taking pictures and yet she only attacked him. Often she has stated how people do not see her as a human being and feel that they have the ability to say whatever they want to her. In another instance, she was out at a restaurant when a man and his girlfriend came up and asked for a picture. When she turned them down, the woman responded with,
"I told you that wasn't her. There's not enough on her face. Let's go, babe." And I went into the bathroom and cried.
Despite the negative hate in person, her career shifted focus to platforms such as TikTok, Instagram.
True, Sasha Grey's doing good. I watched her stream a couple of times. There's another one on Twitch, I forgot. Lana Rhodes. Watched a few videos on her. She's also talks about some, like, I don't doubt that these women have had traumatic experience. I don't like when they lie about it. That's where my problem lies. And like, yeah, I guess some of them, you know, they can be young, they can see the allure in it, they want to get out of their family, they want to gain independence, or they, you know, they want fame, and they feel like it's a good way to do so, and maybe later on they regret it. But I'd rather they just say that, like, oh, I was young, I was stupid, I didn't understand, like, I didn't fully see how this would affect me later on. But I'd rather they just be honest about it. I think the lie for me makes it harder for me to have sympathy. It probably took Sasha so long for her stigma to disappear. I think, like, in her chat, you're not allowed to mention it or something. I bet she got a lot of, like, hecklers at first when she started streaming on Twitch, yeah. Hi, Richard.
And Twitter. But
yeah, I'm sure this industry is, like, filled with really, like, shady characters, very sussy people. And I have a feeling that, like, some sets are pretty, like, respectful, they have boundaries and all of that. You know, there's women directors too, so there's all kind. And then sometimes you might get a set where you feel like you're more pressured and, you know, they cross your boundaries a little bit, and then you kind of feel unsafe because you're there alone. That's probably where the traumatic experience happened. So it kind of and it all depends too. Like, there's the how do you say it? The bottom of the barrel actresses who have to take the shittiest jobs and get the crassy sets with the weirdos and all of that. And then there's, like, the high class proms that are popular, that are with good agencies, and their agencies carry a lot of weight and a lot of influence. And, like, if you mistreat these girls on set, you're gonna hear about it. So they're probably well treated.
As we all know, existing as a content creator opens yourself up to people targeting you. In Mia's case, this would end up being in the bizarre form of a viral diss track by I Love Friday in 2018.
Another diss track!
This music group, consisting of rappers Smoke Hijabi and Zeno Kara, made the track Mia Khalifa in response to a tweet, where Mia allegedly called the female rapper disrespectful for wearing a hijab while smoking. While the song wasn't particularly good, it is notable for being one of the earliest examples of a musical soundbite going viral on the platform TikTok. You got a boyfriend, I bet he doesn't kiss ya. This has led to the tune becoming known as Hit or Miss by most, with the phrase now included in the title of the music video that sits at 142 million views.
Why is he pointing the finger at us? We haven't done anything. This is very aggressive. Nuzagi is looking for a new face? What do you mean? To become his parasite? Nah.
No doubt catchy, and launched the singers into the spotlight for 15 minutes of fame. This diss track also coincides with Mia yet again becoming the most searched for adult star in the country, despite not having shot a video since 2015. With their target staying quiet on the matter as Hit or Miss received billions of listens, the diss track creators claim that Mia should have been thanking them for getting her attention and that they wanted to talk.
What did she feel that you were being disrespectful about?
Because I smoked in my hijab, which it's like, yeah, you shouldn't do that, but it's like what I did was not nearly as bad as what you did. It's like,
wait, no way Mia Khalifa got angry, said she was Did she actually say that the girl was disrespectful because she smoked in her hijab, but she did much worse in the hijab? And she's not even Muslim. She's not even Muslim. That is the worst comeback you can say to somebody. Nah.
I mean, if anything,
you are not a serious person.
thing is helping her is getting her like more publicity.
Yeah, and we're all
So
about
it's
helping
like,
people.
you're welcome.
But if you're watching this, Mia Khalifa, look, we will help you out in any way, shape, or form.
The thing that most people didn't realize at the time, though, is that this feud was nothing more than a hoax perpetrated by the D-list musicians. They faked the tweets. Khalifa never spoke of them, let alone knew who they were. They merely wanted to gain the internet's attention, and while the message was bogus, the negative attention was real, and Mia expressed her pain in an interview by saying,
Oh, so she never commented that. So that was fake? Yo, that is some 5-head marketing strategy. What? Okay, that makes more sense, but Jesus.
How do you feel about the diss track named after you, literally called Mia Khalifa, that has gone so insanely viral thanks to the TikTok, which is purportedly the most viral TikTok in the entire Western world?
I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm a gangster and I don't really say this too often, but it kind of hurted me a little bit.
It's clear that these two used Khalifa's name for clout, having absolutely no regard for her as a
144 million
human, an ongoing theme in the story. Despite the setback, Mia was determined to move on to a new chapter of her life. Around the same time Hit or Miss came out in 2018, Mia had just started to find love with Swedish chef Robert Sandberg. After many years of being suspicious of men, since they all seemed to either objectify or be embarrassed to be seen with her, Robert made the ex-adult film actress feel safe and loved. He had not seen her X-rated videos and did not know who she was, so it was refreshing to meet a person who knew her based on personality rather than her past. Mia has said that once she knows someone has seen her videos, she doesn't want to be around them anymore. He did find out eventually through a friend, but this did not deter him. Mia went abroad to visit the suitor, and the pair soon moved to LA to be together. They created a YouTube channel called Robert and Mia, where they posted travel vlogs and Q&As for their future children. The two tied the knot privately at their home during the early days of the pandemic. Unfortunately, 2020 was a difficult year for many, and Mia was no exception. Besides COVID, she and Robert began to have a lot of problems. In an interview, she admitted that they were in couples therapy and trying to find ways to bolster each other. Despite the counseling, the pair separated shortly thereafter and then announced their divorce a year later, officially ending her second marriage. They have both kept private on the matter, never saying the exact reason for the split. Though I have a feeling that a dispute with her former employer during this era caused a lot of the strain. By 2020, Bang Bros had had enough of Mia accusing them of coercion and mistreatment. What made them full-on litigious was when she released a tweet claiming that she had only made over $12,000 for all her work in the industry.
Let me guess, she also lied about that. Because before I looked into her, I saw this a lot. Pop up.
Comments received so much media attention that many began to turn against the X-rated industry and protested that Mia get more compensation. On Change.org, Mia Khalifa supporters pushed those to sign a petition in order for Bang Bros to pay Mia for emotional damages and to remove her name and videos from the domain. Despite being a pretty meaningless display, the page currently sits at close to 2 million users backing the model up. This pushed the adult media conglomerate to create an entire website formatted like a negative political ad called factsbeatfiction.com.
Wait, the
where they
website
disputed
did
her
that?
accusations with evidence. They felt that interviewers and journalists were not fact-checking her claims and taking every
Wait, I have that bra.
statement she made at face value. They even provide a promotional clip of hers to point out how her narrative shifted over time. In a statement, Bang Bros
It's a
said,
top.
although Mia makes many false statements, innuendos, and accusations, we have tried to stay
I
silent
never wore it, actually.
and allow Mia to have her
'Cause I don't
publicity
wear
stunt
bras.
without responding.
But I bought it.
Mia has taken our
But I never wore it. There's a lot of things I never wear.
silence as an all clear to not only continue but ramp up her false statements. We therefore have no choice but to respond. The website refuted her claim of only making $12,000 for adult film work, showing receipts of her making $178,000 with just them, not to include what she made from working at Scoreland prior. They also alleged that Mia was in the industry for 2 years and 9 months, and that they paid for her health care and other benefits until 2017. They even listed every single video Mia had ever been in. While she stated that she only ever recorded 11 videos, the company was able to show that that was untrue as well, counting a total of 28.
It's a designer sports bra. It's a sports bra. It's not an actual bra.
They then provide a cease and desist, demanding that she stop immediately.
Yeah, I
In
should sell
response,
it and pretend it's Mia Khalifa's.
Mia branded everything that Bang Bros said a smear campaign, and that she is a victim of the porn industry and wants to protect other girls from making the same mistakes she did. She specifically warns against the in perpetuity clause usually put in women's contracts. This means that these adult companies own Mia's videos forever. In her opinion, no one should have that much control over a young woman's life, and the industry purposely tricks vulnerable women into signing so that they can make money off of them indefinitely. From what I can tell, Mia has never actually responded to the damning receipts showing the money she made, the amount of scenes she filmed, and the overall time she spent as an adult entertainer. The best she could respond with was that they used corrupt footage. Though I'm not sure what that
Corrupt?
means, and to this day no
Wait, what
journalist
does
or
it mean?
interviewer has pushed her on these allegations. Though they never did sue their former model, Bang Bros would end on the point that if Mia wanted to get out of the industry and for people to stop looking at her videos, she needs to stop talking about her career in porn. They released a chart that mentions every moment Mia was mentioned in the news to signify the free
First Bang Bros scene. Reaches peak popularity. 2014. She shot scenes before for 3 companies. Scoreland interview. She cyberbullies only Miss QB with DM reveal. Claims a hockey puck exploded her implant. What? That's disgusting. Falsely claims she only made 12,000 with Bang Bros. Attempts to cancel Bang Bros with a tirade of false allegations.
press she's received. And it's honestly quite impressive how many random headlines she has found herself in. It's difficult to find a through line in Mia's story, but I think one thing that still needs to be pointed out is that she has had a bizarre life over the past decade that has made her a magnet for outlets to report on. So I just wanted to take a moment to run down some of the most interesting of these headlines. In 2018, Mia was attending a hockey game when a 6-ounce puck slammed into her chest, rupturing her breast implant. Many felt that this was a fake publicity stunt. However, it is actually true. She had to go under the knife again to fix the implant that had deflated. She claims that her boob saved her life. In 2020, she underwent a nose job that, quote, saved her life as well. Her reasoning for oversharing was to remind women that she had work done, and feels it's important to be open about plastic surgery. To go along with this point, Mia once took to TikTok to call out the 21-year-old singer Madison Beer for allegedly hiding her plastic surgery. Mia Khalifa had absolutely no proof for her accusations of the artist having work done. Giving Philly D some props.
Madison Beer was in the KDA song of League of Legends. That's how I know about her.
In an interview, he confronted Mia about her harsh statements, and she would publicly make a retraction on the spot. In 2022, Mia, who had been independently selling lewd content for 2 years behind a subscription, said in an interview that, quote, "Honestly, I think that selling your body, like if you're going to that definition, being in the military is worse than being on OnlyFans. You're selling your body to the government." This was just another blurb that made its rounds in tabloids before fading into obscurity. But in another year, she would make headlines again, this time for opinions that would truly wreak
My
havoc
tracking
on her
is
career.
dying.
As we can tell by this point, Mia is used to landing herself in controversy with hot takes. But by far the worst repercussions she's experienced was immediately after Hamas attacked Israel in 2023. Following the invasion, murders, and kidnappings, she tweeted, "Can someone tell the Palestinian fighters to flip their phones and film horizontal?" Implying that
Alright, I'm back. Sorry, my tracking died.
She wanted a better view of the atrocities. No matter how you feel about the conflict, a comment like this was obviously going to spur massive backlash. She didn't just get mean comments this time though, but was dropped by Playboy and fired from an Amsterdam
Crap, I missed the
drug-based
best
company.
part. But I remember this. She made a political remark. Is that what happened? Okay, she voiced her support for what she described as Palestinians freedom fighters in the wake of surprise attack on what? Like the next day? Yeah, maybe the next day is not the day to say that.
She attempted to clean up the brash statement by saying, "I just want to make it clear that this statement in no way, shape, or form is inciting the spread of violence. I specifically said freedom fighters because that's what the Palestinian citizens are, fighting for freedom every day." After being dropped,
so
she
she's
doubled
talking about
down,
the
stating,
citizens.
"I'd say supporting
know.
Palestine has lost me business opportunities. But I'm more angry at myself for not checking whether or not I was entering into business with Zionists. My bad." And that's where this story ended for
You
most
guys
of the
are the
internet.
worst.
But I honestly don't think we should have been surprised at what she said here. This is because I stumbled upon and almost never talked about detail of her past.
Wait, not even 24 hours after she made that comment? Oof. It seems like she's doing this on purpose, though. That's her tweet? That's her tweet word for word? Hold up.
Citizens are, fighting for freedom every day. After being dropped, she doubled down, stating, "I'd say
Oh, it's her double down. No.
Supporting Palestine has lost me business opportunities. But I'm more angry at myself for not checking whether or not I was
the worst at
entering
going
into
back.
business with Zionists. My bad." And that's where this story ended for most of
It was earlier. Oh my god. I'm the worst at going back. I trigger people so much when I do that. Oh no, that's her selling body to the government. That's such a dumb... Okay. Oh my god. Can someone please tell the freedom fighters in Palestine to flip their phones and film horizontal? Yeah, she wanted shock value for sure. For sure, right? Okay, where were we? Now I gotta be careful where I click, because if I click too far, you guys are gonna get triggered.
entering into business with Zionists. My bad. And that's where this story ended for most of the internet. But I honestly don't think we should have been surprised at what she said here. This is because I stumbled upon and almost never talked about detail of her past, a supposed alt Twitter account from a decade ago. While most claim that this account was hers because its handle was her birth name followed by the year she was born, and seem to discuss similar interests as
boomer
Mia,
handle! The boomer handle! My name plus my birthday plus... By the way, I went to this high school. I love how all the boomers used to dox themselves.
I'd still deem that as conjecture, so I cross-referenced the archives for more definitive proof, leading to this account referring to her husband as Kem the Thriller, similar to the spicy Reddit accounts. If that wasn't damning enough, there is also a Reddit account under this name that includes a picture of O'Brien and Mia's dog. So it seems very likely that the couple were also active on these now deleted Twitter accounts. And believe me, there's a reason Mia wanted them scrubbed. While there's some interesting tidbits here, I want to focus on some of the comments made regarding the nation of Israel, along with its Jewish inhabitants. In tweets dating back to 2014, Sarah Jo said, "Israeli propaganda is disgusting. I hope Hamas targets schools and kills some of their children. Save the world from future Zionist scum." But that's not all. In another tweet she wrote,
from 0 to 100. Wait, when was that? That was a long time ago?
"I've never been more disgusted by a race of human beings as I am in Israelis.
Whoa.
They are literally the scum of the earth."
Yo,
I
that's
think
messed
it's
up.
fair to say that these views go well past just wanting a ceasefire in the Middle East. To make matters worse, on Philip DeFranco's podcast, the history enthusiast did not want to reveal her favorite moment in history.
Now her comments make sense.
To an interesting response.
Yeah.
Is that your like favorite thing in history?
No, not so. Well, I'm not gonna get World War II.
Huge fan. Mia Khalifa, huge fan of World War II.
Besides her comments towards Palestine, Mia has stayed fairly low-key in the public eye recently. The only other clip of hers that has gone viral is one of her reflecting on her life since she is now in her 30s, including the detail that she had been engaged a third time, but it fell through.
Married at 18, divorced at 21. Second marriage, married at 25, divorced at 28. Third engagement, engaged at 29, ended it at 30,
I don't understand the World War II comment.
I kept the ring. I'm still keeping Tom Brady on his toes. We should not be afraid to leave these men. We are not stuck with these people. Marriage is...
Oh, she's a big fan of the Austrian artist. Okay. Just casual anti-Semitism. Semitism. You can't say that word.
Not a sanctimonious
It took me a
thing.
while
As
to
you can
get there.
imagine, droves of conservatives were quick to mock Mia for her flippant attitude towards marriage, and the concept that anyone should take advice from her on said subject. But for me, I'm just left feeling bad. Even if you put some of the blame on her for choosing them, it is a fact that Mia has had many bad experiences with men. Life warps a human's perception, and constantly being objectified as a teen, along with a rabbit hole down the sexual taboo, has clearly made relationships difficult for the influencer. As of 2024, Mia is dating Jaco, a Puerto Rican singer, songwriter, and record producer. Along with this, she's launched a body jewelry brand titled under the Arabic word for Satan. At this point, the only thing she can sell is the edginess, so the jewelry category plus the devil lines up pretty well for her, even if it's a bit too on the nose. At the end of the day, I'm left amazed at how warped the public's view of Mia Khalifa is. The narrative of a naive girl working at a fast food restaurant getting wrapped up in adult content for a few months before it changes her life forever is a compelling narrative, but also a very erroneous one. The slow progression of a teen at a military academy getting attention from an older man, then getting married at 18, playing into his fetishes of a one-way open relationship, before starting to post pictures online and working at a strip club, then getting into paid explicit content for 2 different companies over dozens of scenes, paints a much more well-rounded picture of the situation that I have never seen anyone else point out before. In conclusion, most either take Mia's story at face value or just dismiss it from the get-go. But I think the truth is more gray than that. She deserves sympathy as she was pushed down this path, but also needs to take some responsibility for stoking the flames. Because at the end of the day, despite all her hatred of the porn industry, she continues to use the name they bestowed upon her.
Actually, I didn't get to see...
Yeah. That's true. That was a good video. He did a good investigation, actually. It's true, I've never seen somebody debunk it. No one took the time. She should just become an influencer. Anyway, they kind of just take pictures of their drips and stuff. And post photos on Instagram. I don't know why she's gotta do all these attention seeking, how do you call that, rage bait posts. Okay, so she has an OF, so she's probably doing good money still. Gamer from Mars, really good video. That was really good, well put together. Yeah, can tell he put a lot of efforts into research. Wayback Machine, he corroborated some stuff. Yeah, funny enough, we're watching this video on Mia Khalifa today, and I the last set for my video was me getting ready for my Only Club photo shoot. It was a play because there's a bunch of OnlyFans girls in the video. I thought it'd be funny. She already had an OF, and one of her videos leaked of her showing off her body again. It's just she's playing the sympathy card to garner attention, but then she's kind of turning around and keeping on doing it, kind of like, you know, Amaranth did. When everybody, I felt sorry for her, and then she went right back doing the same thing, so it's quite disappointing. But yeah, Only Clops coming soon. Stay tuned. Only hoofs. So this one, it's a more light-hearted video. I hate Boruto's character design and the world building. Maybe a bit like Mikaneko? You think Mikaneko is like that? I don't think she rage baits. I think she's genuinely Menhera. I haven't seen the videos about the kick streamers versus squatters. No, what is that? That sounds interesting. Fraser! Hello! Fraser's a talented artist. Yeah, Mike is just unhinged.
Sarada's time skip outfit. Hold on. Me, right?
Do you guys watch Boruto?
Boruto is an action-adventure fantasy manga series written by Ukyo Kodachi and Masashi Kishimoto and illustrated by Mikio Ikemoto, following the exploits and hijinks of Boruto Uzumaki, the protagonist. Boruto is set in a pseudo-Japanese and Chinese society where ninja rule supreme, and Boruto, much like a lot of other shonen action-adventure series, has a magic system called chakra. Magic is very broad and ambiguous, but I think it's a lot easier than saying special ninja midichlorians. With chakra, ninja are able of using an array of techniques, from summoning Clifford the Big Red Dog to being a OnlyFans model. So to strike out and carve his own path, Boruto goes to Ninja Academy. Oh yeah, and the prequel series...
Yeah, I was interested too. I tried to watch it, but there were so many fillers. I hated that.
It's called Naruto, in case you didn't know. Hi, it's me, Vicky, and I really don't like the character designs in Boruto. And listen, I used to keep up with Naruto myself. I jumped ship after Gaara's quote-unquote death in Naruto Shippuden, and looking back, I don't like a lot of the Naruto character designs. Maybe there are like a couple of characters that I would still ride or die for, but that's mostly because it's carried by their story and lore. I know some of the basic plot beats that led up to Boruto, like I know Naruto and Hinata finally got married, and then eventually they had Boruto and Himawari, who look like the most OC children I've ever seen. But at least they're not alone, and they have an entire daycare of the rest of the original cast children to play with. And they're not safe from the Instagram OC formula either, so solidarity and ugliness. And I think that means that there's like a 12 to 15 year gap between Naruto and Boruto, but that's all I know. Now keep that time gap in mind. So guess my non-surprise when I find out that Boruto has a mid-series time skip a lot like Naruto Shippuden. Instead of 2 years though, it's more like 4 years. So of course, I was curious to find out whether or not it remedied any of the mistakes committed by Naruto Shippuden, or if maybe they had more promising characters.
Naruto had fillers too, but I had read the mangas, so it was a different experience for me. I only watched the animes later, and I skipped all the fillers. There's like websites that tell you exactly which one's main episode and which one's filler.
Designs because honestly, I was not liking what I was seeing. Now let's get into it. But real quick, my name is Vicky Vu, and all I do on this platform is talk about characters who don't know I exist, while breaking down the fundamentals of their character designs to better understand them. And if that's the flavor of psychosis that you're interested in, make sure to subscribe, like, and comment. I've noticed that 98% of my viewers are not subscribed to my channel, so...
It's always like that.
You think you're better than me or something? Yeah, you're probably right, but if you want me to shut the f up, then make sure to subscribe. Now, with that in mind, Kishimoto's art style isn't really something that
That's
jives
cool.
with me. I'm just not really a fan of how he illustrates characters.
Really?
And that's just because they seem to lack a lot of line weight and detail. Like, for example, a lot of the line art is like
She's
pretty
a hater.
consistent when it comes to width. But the thing is that I can always give him credit for taking on the grueling task of developing a large cast of characters with pretty diverse designs, if I say so myself. Now, in terms of Ikemoto's character designs, I think that they have strayed so far from the original vision of Naruto as well as the thematic aesthetics that I don't think any of these characters even really look like they belong in the same manga or anime anymore. Which I quite honestly find to be a shame, because Ikemoto is an artist who has worked with Masashi Kishimoto since almost from the beginning. Ikemoto was deemed to be this young, promising artist, especially after his one-shot Cosmo was picked up, especially because Naruto was still within its fledgling stages, and Kishimoto wanted to work with new budding talent in order to bring his visions to life. So from 1999 to 2014, Ikemoto has been working alongside Kishimoto on Naruto.
I mean, it's the Naruto style. You grow to like it. I don't know. It's kind of... I wouldn't judge somebody on their style. I think that's a weird critique. But I think she segues into critiquing the fact that they look too different.
Naruto's original run. Thus, Ikemoto was chosen as the one true successor by Kishimoto to carry on the legacy of Naruto in what we now see as Boruto. So with that in mind, it's clear that Ikemoto is very familiar with the character design formula for Naruto. I mean, he is the same guy who contributed to creating Haku, Zabuza, Momochi, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, which is what makes the rest of this video so fucking disappointing. Now, I know little to nothing about the current lore of the show, but when I tell you that I was incredibly confused at how quickly technology developed in
I think she would like the Bleach characters better.
This show, I mean, Surprise doesn't even really cover it. I mean, I remember back in the day when I barely found out that movies and cars and camcorders were a thing that existed in the original Naruto world through the movies, and I already thought that was a shocker, because I think that was done on purpose in order to maintain an ambiguous space of time within the Naruto universe. Now, Konoha looks like this weird eclectic mix of Japanese and Chinese aesthetics. You have the stone and stucco buildings with the Kawada tiles that are very common in Japanese architecture. You even have the circular, perfectly symmetrical Chinese-inspired architecture where there's the pronged roofs with similar tiling to the Japanese buildings. And of course, you also have Naruto characters who are based off of
Tsunade! So kawaii!
Japanese folklore characters.
She's my favorite. I love her.
It goes on. This is something that is also very well represented in the fashion as well as accessories of Naruto's characters. For example, the shinobi and kunoichi of Naruto wear clothing that can be considered rather athletic.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense.
Bro, she's the OG hag, for real. She's a trailblazer.
Considering how they have to move around a lot, and they also have to be able to have no restraints whatsoever whenever they're engaged.
If you I've rewatched a Naruto season recently, actually, and the first few episodes, like the animes, especially the fight scenes, some of the fight scenes, the drawings are extremely simplified to an insane level, and you can tell the studio sometimes struggled, or the technology wasn't there yet, where they did like a lot of frame rates or like very detailed action scenes. Maybe because they didn't have the budget for it, I'm not sure, but I noticed like a big difference in quality, and it gets better as the series progresses throughout the years.
In close quarter combat makes sense. It's
But
the reason why
it didn't take away from me enjoying it at all. Like, at all.
Times you see ninja accessorized with trousers.
Yeah, it's bad compared to animes these days, exactly.
or something black and loose, black shorts that almost look like bike shorts. And in terms of their footwear, it's almost always these peep-toe sandals that either have
the toes, sniffer sniffer,
small wedge or little to no wedge. There's almost always a thick sole, however, to accommodate for comfort. And in terms of their tops, you'll see a lot more variety in that. It's just that when it comes to the standard shinobi military uniforms, they're seen wearing flak jackets for some reason in a world with no guns. And then to finish off the ninja chic, we follow up with a forehead protector that is customized by being placed in different areas or worn differently from other ninja. You guys get the picture. If not for these shinobi uniforms, you would have things like net mesh undershirts or bandages around legs and hands, Howdy-inspired cardigans or overcoats, Chinese-inspired dresses or tunics, and of course a soft blend of modern fashion and traditional Japanese fashion. And this is an aesthetic that is maintained throughout the course of Naruto and Naruto Shippuden during its 72 volume run. But of course, we have a 13 to 15 year time gap between Naruto and Boruto Next Generation. And oh my god, does 1 year in Boruto feel like 20 years? Now, as you guys already know, time is an unstoppable force, and advancements will occur whether or not you want it. And that's honestly what I was expecting before I did a little bit of research on Boruto, and by that I mean looking up the Wikia. Konoha went from being the small sleepy village nestled in the mountains to being a huge, bustling urban site of commerce. We've got computers, motorboats, robots, whatever the f this is. What is that?
What the hell? Robots in Naruto?
What?
Instead of advancing this much in technology in 13 to 15 years, it feels more like an entire century has passed, and that's if I'm being kind. And the aesthetic cohesion of the entire Naruto universe is so negatively impacted by this. I don't feel like I'm watching a fantasy action series about magical ninjas anymore. I feel like I'm watching kids who got costumes from Spirit Halloween putting on—
Is that Kid Jiraiya? I hate it.
A Naruto stage play with no direction. And this is personal, but I thought I should let you guys know anyway. I really hate that almost all of the young girls in this anime wear heels. Except you're perfect. They're wearing 3 or 4 inch stilettos into a fight. Either that or they're wearing teeny tiny mini skirts. And you know what? I'm just gonna put them on screen right now.
Yeah, if they just put literally all they had to do was put bike shorts under that outfit and it would have been a Naruto outfit.
A fight. Either that or they're
like this. She just needed bike shorts and it would have been fine. This is very like 60s, almost like mod style. This doesn't feel very Naruto aside from the headband. Like if you remove the headband, it's another manga.
They're wearing teeny tiny mini skirts. And you know what? I'm just gonna put them on screen right now, but these are the 3 characters I have the biggest gripes with.
Bro, the character on top, who is she? She doesn't look like she belongs in Naruto at all. What, she has way too much makeup and blue and pink hair. I've never seen that before. Rima, what do you have against women's panties? I like him.
And first on the chopping block is Ada. Now, I looked into some of her lore, and lo and behold, she's a cyborg. My fucking god, I feel so old. And I understand that the point behind her creation is probably to help separate Boruto from Naruto even more in terms of technological advancement. But look at what she's wearing. But let's be fair. Let's break down Ada's design together. She's wearing a sheer white high collar blouse with translucent bell sleeves and dark high-waisted shorts with metal accessories, which are based off of the shapes of celestial bodies, likely to depict her as an otherworldly character. Now, if we break down her physical characteristics, she is basically a young teenage girl with peach-toned skin, cat-shaped eyes with long blue full lashes and 1 beauty mark underneath her right eye, and of course her hair has to be the most interesting element of her design because it's in this distinctly pink and blue style. Now, she does have fringe bangs, which are very vogue right now for a lot of young women, especially in Asia, but the hair has these deep teardrop shaped locks that kind of look like oil paint that sits on water. And it doesn't really seem to have any natural ends, but instead it just curls back into itself.
It loops into itself.
Now, Naruto has had its fair share of interesting creative choices. I'm not ragging on Ida's style because I think it looks quote-unquote unrealistic, because we would be here all day and I would die from a seizure. Personally, I like her outfit. I think it's cute and stylish. I like how it has this flirtatious
I mean,
edge
yeah,
to it
she
with how-
looks stylish, but it looks like something I'd see on like Pinterest or something more than Naruto. Yeah, she looks like a Pokemon trainer, totally. Yeah, she does. One of the new ones.
tiny the shorts are. However, this is clothing that you could never wear into a fight, especially considering how she is also a victim of the 4-inch stilettos in this universe. So instead, she looks more like a
Bro,
very
she's got the Lady Gaga platforms.
fashionable character that would be from the pages of Paradise Kiss or Oshinoko. The only thing that is telling me that she is from the same universe as Boruto is the fact that they're in the same art style. And also, what do you mean she's a cyborg? We had Mecha Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, but that wasn't a fully conscious and sentient robot that looks like a human like Ada is. It feels like instead of moving forward 12 or 15 years into the future, we jump 3 centuries. Now, I'm not saying that we can't have fun, but what I'm saying is if you want to have fun and be a little weird visually, at least make it where you're still keeping within the same style of Naruto. And don't think
Can we just bring back the Akatsuki, like, cloaks? Because they were the best thing ever, and they've inspired, like, a million cosplays.
I forgot about you. I think her name is Sumire, and she is honestly part of the reason why I wanted to start this whole thing. Her and Sarada were the 2 times
What is this outfit? She is not from the same world.
skip designs that I came across first. And my god, is she a weird anachronistic mess in this universe. But again, let's break down her design. She's undeniably cute, and she also has this whole bashful aesthetic to her, and the way that she stands with her hands folded out to her side while her legs are together tells me that she is a very refined and polite young lady. Now, initially I thought that her hair was based off of the Hime cut, but I realized that it looks a lot more like a jellyfish cut. It's basically a newer trending hairstyle that's known for being separated into 2 parts, one short, one long. Typically a jellyfish cut is styled either loosely with the long hair just left undone, or it's curled, and sometimes it's even woven into thin braids. Now in the case of Sumire, I think it makes a lot of sense why she would style her hair in 2 big braids, because it indicates that she is both a studious and bookish person. I can tell that she's rather modest, as we can see from how she tries to cover up as much skin as possible. She's wearing a mock neck long sleeve t-shirt underneath her dress, and she also has a pair of long black—
I feel like the shoes and bandage feel Naruto, but the top part of her design really isn't cutting it.
Tights that then extend into a pair of peep-toe sandals, and she has a thigh pouch, so 1 point for practicality. But I'm going to say this, and it's going to piss off some of you Boruto fans. But I think that this would be a better character design if it was for a magical girl anime. You weebs already know what a Sailor Girl uniform looks like, otherwise known as a seifuku, and as you can see, it has the iconic white sailor collar with the tie sash in the front and the puffy sleeves with the stripes. Now, I understand that it was cut in a way in order to make it look like something that belongs in Naruto, as you can see from the cinched waist, which seems to be resembling an obi. But here's the thing, across the board, the average student will wear some type of variation on the shinobi uniform, just depending on whether or not you're a girl or a boy, and if you want to wear either shorts, trousers, or a skirt. And Sumire's time skip design is even worse. Even though I
think I hate the tie outfit even more. She looks even less like it. The other one had the bandage at least, and flats.
think she looks cute and pretty, it looks even worse if going off of the visual standard of Naruto. Like, yes, I understand that it continues the aesthetic of her wearing something school uniform inspired. This time now it's more of a Western take with a pinstrip tie and a very short purple school uniform
I mean,
dress
she's
with
cute, but again, it's the same argument the whole time.
White blouse. Well, please tell me how she is supposed to be able to fight and move around in this reliably. But in all fairness, I like her other two designs, and I wish that they were the primary designs instead. It follows a Naruto fashion rule of thumb, and even more importantly, I believe that it also conveys the character's personality very well. I really like how the sailor collar is incorporated into her lavender sleeveless top here with the black shorts. Even though she is showing a little bit more skin here and the top is backless, looking at how she has a more serious expression here, it seems like as though this is the version of Sumire who's just kind of
I like this way more.
letting go or letting loose. I feel very bad for ragging on Sumire and Ida's designs right now, but the more I look at them, the more I see an issue in Ikemoto's approach to designing female characters, especially young girls. And the thing is that when we compare how female characters were depicted in the OG Naruto series versus Boruto, we can see that they're allowed to be dirty, messy, and they're also allowed to be bloody in being, much like their male counterparts. Now, if we take a look at Ikemoto's take on young girls, it looks more like he focuses on making them look as pretty or mature as possible, and he always draws them with these accentuated lips, lashes, and they're almost always posed in a way where it looks like they're getting ready to shoot a cover for Vogue, and not engage in a death battle as they were trained to from the very beginning. I'm going to have a stroke, but not until I talk about this.
Yeah,
now,
I'm also getting triggered. I'm also getting triggered.
That's what his name is. Looks like what the average Japanese kid thinks British people dress like. I understand that Western aesthetics are supposed to convey a sense of otherness in anime, but this comes as random instead of intentional, even though I know nothing about Code. Okay, I know a little bit about Code, but again, let's break down his character design together. Now, the reason why I say that he is Western inspired, because he looks like he is wearing...
What is this outfit? It looks like he's gonna do his debut as a VTuber soon. He's gonna become a male VTuber. This is like somebody's OC. It's not meant to be in Naruto. They're ninjas. They're supposed to be ninjas. Nichi Sanji's next wave leaked. The 80s called in their want their party outfit back. True, and that's somebody with a Jester-inspired outfit that's saying that.
Something that is very heavily inspired by the Victorian era. He's wearing a white jabot, otherwise known as a neckerchief, that is commonly worn by nobility in order to keep their collars clean. So of course, he kind of has this air of pretentiousness to him while looking like a refined gentleman. His messy red bedhead tells me that he's also a pretty unhinged...
Like the top part of this design, if you hide the whole drip and remove whatever he's... Okay, he could be a bad guy maybe. In the other Naruto, if you remove the clothes and the earring probably. The hair is like Naruto. Feels Naruto. The rest of it...
kid who doesn't really take care of himself that well, and yet he's insecure enough in order to dress up like some pseudo-British gentleman from Black Butler. And yeah, this shit looks really fucking annoying, and
yeah, the cloak could work. Oh my god, please put red clouds on it and we're good. You know, just red clouds on it.
I mean, it's just a teenager who's just trying to dress himself. It's not that bad in comparison to the time skip
It's
design.
not a
This is what
phase,
happens
Mom.
when you listen and you let the voices dress you, because Code looks like a magician. They are trying so fucking hard to make this boy look like some malevolent force. And this is not an issue whatsoever, because purple, white, and black, at least within the anime dictionary, are color palettes that are typically used to denote that someone is evil, sinister, or they're a scientist who has committed 10 cases of malpractice.
Oh my god, that guy.
Ikemoto, I get what you're putting down, but I don't want to pick it up because frankly, it just doesn't make sense to me within the confines of Naruto's universe. I think this design would make a lot more sense if he was in the case study of Vanitas, but we're in Boruto, in a world about ninjas. Irregardless of whether or not it is Ikemoto or another artist who is handling these designs, it's still not a good design even if it looks good. Nearly all desire to set these characters within the universe of Boruto is abandoned in order to demonstrate the technological advancements that have been made in Boruto. If we were to compare this to real-world events, I understand that a lot of technological innovation was made after the end of World War II. If you didn't know, Jeeps, the cars that we know now for being these gigantic toasters that take up way too much space on a freeway lane in the 101 South, was used as a form of transport for Allied troops during the war. Now that is a technological advancement that scaled off of a pre-existing piece of technology, much like how, within the world of Naruto, scientific ninja tools seem to now be considered more of the established norm in comparison to their predecessors. But you mean to tell me that we somehow went from using kunai or katana to lightsabers? And as time goes on and I consume more art with a more critical eye, I wonder if Ikemoto's intention was to simply grow out of the shadow Kishimoto had casted. Or perhaps he was
He's doing the thing, trust me guy, I can do it better than the source material.
Encountering his own version of artistic burnout. Keep in mind, Ikemoto has been on this ride for nearly 3 decades, which is, again, older than most of my audience. So, can we blame him for expressing himself within the confines of this massive responsibility pushed onto him? I mean, yeah. Although I have dragged out Ikemoto's work to be flayed and displayed in the town square.
Okay, the one there, the demon there, she could work. She looks like the final boss in Naruto. Can't remember her name. The goddess woman. Okay, sorry. That's fine. That, I don't know what he has on his face. That's his new markings? Is that his new markings, the blue one? But I feel like these characters stand out way too much. These three. Some of them look like they're from JoJo.
I believe it's important to understand where our personal biases start and where our objective analysis ends. And guys, that's all I have in me today. Thank you so much if you stayed until the end, and if you like this, make sure to like and share, and let me know your thoughts below. And if you hated this, well, let me know below. And let me know, is there a character design that you absolutely love in Boruto? Do you think that the new art style is an improvement over the old one? Do you miss Kishimoto's old art? Do you perhaps prefer Boruto over the original series? And are there any character designs that you guys absolutely hate? I've been me, Vicky, and that's it. See ya.
I enjoyed this video. That's pretty good. Yeah, they should have stayed with the puppet concept, true. I feel like he really wishes he was drawing a JoJo sequel. That's what you guys said too. Pain Arc was so good. Yeah, that was a great video. Oh my god, only 11k subscribers. This channel will do well. She's good. I liked it. We've seen a couple of these videos already. Let's watch a show on head one. Parlez-vous français? Oui, je parle français.
Wendigoon is a horror conspiracy theorist YouTuber with several million subscribers, has a dark past with deep ties to far-right extremism. Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. He is friends with Mutahar. He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist.
Wait, I feel like I've seen this guy before. Isn't he like kind of cringe, or am I misplacing him?
A few days.
Oh, hello! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! And thank you so much! Thank you for the Twitch subs.
Days ago, I saw this video pop up in my YouTube feed. Bad conservative horror movies. And I was immediately intrigued. I love long video essays about stupid shit like this. But what I got instead was the worst attempt at a hit piece I have ever seen on YouTube ever. So sit down and get comfy, because it's time for an old-fashioned video response. Now before we get into this video, I just want to thank today's sponsor, you. This video is sponsored by all of you who donate to me on patreon.com. Thank you all very much. I made you
it's a response video, okay. Are you guys all saying skip because you were afraid it was the original video?
Cookies. These are just for the people who support me on Patreon. Only they get a cookie. Not you. I see you, freeloader. Anyway, I've been pretty busy lately doing personal life things, but when this went down, I was like, I can't—
You guys all got jump scared with the intro. Was his voice sped up?
Not respond to this. But by the time I was done with the script...
Why don't we get cookies, Rima? I don't even know how to cook. That's why I got Factor.
The man had already deleted the video after it was downvoted to hell. But even though the video is gone, I still want to respond to it for 3 reasons. 1, I am directly involved in this. 2, I'm tired of these type of people running their mouths. And 3, this topic is pretty timeless. And that topic is what I like to call the war on normal guys. Last year I wrote a script for a video with this title, and it was about the YouTuber Wendigoon being cancelled on Twitter. For those of you who don't know, Wendigoon is a popular YouTuber who makes video about true crime, horror, and cryptids. And no, despite popular belief, Wendigoon has nothing to do with gooning.
Damn.
Wendigoon is what—
That could have been a good channel name with that kind of topic. He kind of missed out a chance there.
Most YouTubers who don't make political videos should be. His channel is completely apolitical. I don't like clicking a video about iCarly and then having to listen to you about how much you hate Trump, or clicking a video about Fallout and hearing you go off about how Joe Biden sucks. I don't care. If I wanted to hear milquetoast political opinions, I would watch my own videos. But no, despite being non-political, Wendigoon is a great channel. He has a good community, he's very positive, he's a Sunday school teacher, he has a beautiful wife, he's friendly, funny, and kind, which of course makes him an enemy to the most annoying people on earth. Month after month after month.
So she's friend. I'm starting to recall that drama. She's friend with what I saw the video. I think I might have seen the original video, but it was a long time ago, and I watch a lot of videos, so I forget them quickly. There's only so much storage in my head. So like when new information comes in, the old information gets like backwashed and it goes out.
I would see threads on Twitter and on Reddit about how what a terrible person Wendigoon was. But when I would go searching for reasons why, there was really nothing besides vibes. I simply do not like Wendigoon. He has bad vibes coming off him like stinky lines.
That's
the vibes on this—
That's the average YouTube or even Twitter commenter on content creators. Why are we surprised by
never
this?
Been right. I live in the Bible Belt. He has the vibes of the kids who would have been comfortable saying racist and homophobic slurs and bullied me in grade school.
This is so unhinged, out on a fan fiction. Too much imagination, needs to touch grass, ASAP.
He always gave me weird vibes. Deeply uncomfortable vibes from this guy. I initially unfollowed him because I started getting weird vibes from him. There are evil energies surrounding this man. Wait, what'd he do? He used to be a youth pastor. Some people got weird vibes, and that's fair. It's rare to see a youth pastor with good vibes. What did Wendigoon do? Honestly, a lot of it is just the vibes. I needed more. I needed to hear some real reasons why people disliked this guy. I needed real arguments. I needed a living soy jack meme with a pedo mustache and bisexual lighting to string up and beat like a piñata. Enter In Praise of Shadows, aka Zane, a leftist video essayist straight out of the aging millennial hipster factory. Seriously, why do they all look like this? What genre of man is this? The mustache, the hair, the clothing, post-ironic neo-redneck? You know how some people talk about how women's taste in men gets all weird and f***ed up when they're on birth control? These are the men. I'm gonna call them birth control hot. I'm in no position to talk about style. I still do my makeup like it's 2009. Zane is a horror movie video essayist who, for some reason, decided to randomly go after—
I've also been staring at her eye makeup. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I don't know what's—
Wendigoon and several other popular YouTubers and myself. His video starts off with him complaining that he got a lot of hate for his take about the movie Hills Have Eyes.
The hill people can be representative of anything that you want them to be, really. They can be Native American.
It's her signature look though. And I like that she's kept like a trademark look.
And the hills themselves can be allegorical of them being forced back onto reservations.
You saw a bunch of cannibal mutants and thought of Native Americans? Anyway, he goes on to talk about how people were misrepresenting him and leaving rude comments.
The cruel and untrue things that you say about another person do in fact have direct impacts on them and the way that people culturally see them. Are these your own genuine original thoughts and criticisms that you have based on my actual words and things that I have done, or that maybe you haven't thought critically about what you were reading online, about other people?
And about how after this video, apparently a lot of his subscribers stopped watching him, and now he's poor and can't afford rent.
There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I can't live off that.
Which, if you're ever at this point, you need to get a job, or at least a side job. That's capitalism meritocracy. Either make better content, or get a job. Hey, maybe if we get communism, you can be the community YouTuber. No, I'm just kidding. Your ass is going to the mines! Then finally, an hour into the video, he gets to the topic, conservative horror movies. But then suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, it was like he accidentally uploaded a schizophrenic meltdown.
If you're not aware, Wendigoon is a horror conspiracy theorist YouTuber with several million subscribers that, as you will hopefully come to see, should not be seen as the wholesome, southern-friendly dad persona that he has publicly constructed around himself in the past several years. And that, like many people who talk about being Christians,
I don't remember at all what was his beef with Wendigoon? Like, why did he not like him?
as much as he does, has a dark past with deep ties to far-right extremism.
Ooh, this sounds pretty bad. He's not the heckin' wholesome YouTube dad we all thought. What could he have possibly done?
There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership.
Yikes! An American man owns guns? Not very heckin' wholesome, Wendigoon. He goes on to talk about how Wendigoon is rich, and therefore he doesn't respect Wendigoon's opinion on media.
He became exceptionally wealthy by the time that he was 19 or 20. I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire.
Like, what exactly is the correct amount of money to have?
It sounds like jealous. Because he's just, Wendigoon's a successful YouTuber. And they're both horror VTubers. First he said that he didn't make enough money to pay his rent in the first part of the video. And then he says that, so now I just feel like he's mad because he's doing well in the same genre that he is.
Where your opinions still matter. Like, if you suddenly got a bunch of video views and a bunch of patrons like you want, would we be justified in dismissing your opinions on movies? This honestly just feels like a conservative's idea of what a leftist is. Like, it's not just about hating people for having money. Like, what is Wendigoon's position of power in relation to the means of production? Does he own a business? Does he have employees?
Yeah, and also this claim is so ridiculous. He's trying to make the other guy sound superficial, but he doesn't realize how his own take is superficial.
He's mistreating. Not that I know of. He's just a guy who makes YouTube videos. Like you. Only difference is he's good at it and makes money, and you're not, and you don't. Okay, for real though, there's gotta be more, right? What crimes has Wendigoon committed? Well, to start, he committed the crime of having friends.
Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together on multiple occasions, and I've seen online mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was invited.
They have been seen together. I have seen online mentions that he was at his wedding. He's saying this shit like Turkey Tom is wanted for murder, and not like he just said some slurs on Discord when he was a teenager. Does this guy vet like every single person he's ever been friends with or spoken to? Hey, before you enter my house, I'm gonna have to go through your Discord history from 7 years ago. I was gonna say no, but I can see this guy doing that.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut Operator, and even retweeted a photograph of the two of them hugging. Donut Operator
I hate this guilty by association bullshit as well.
Is a gun-crazed...
This person feels very judgmental, like a very judgmental kind of person.
Very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers. His content is very pro-state, pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't share his beliefs propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled, Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face.
I love the example he used as a literal pedophile being killed. He's very pro-death for people who don't share his beliefs. Take, for example, this pedophile. Is that what you mean by people who don't share his beliefs? Out of all the videos, why that one? You're not gonna find many people who are gonna be like, oh no, the poor child molester. Well, maybe you will, but most people won't. Also, he's trying to act like Donut Operator is just a complete simp for the police, and he's really not. Even in the screenshot you show in the background, there's like 3 whole videos in frame where he's clearly being critical of the police.
For someone who supposedly is so very anti-government, Wendigoon seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state. And the only thing that one could reasonably gather from this picture of them hugging is that he too is a fascist bootlicker himself.
Actually, we can't reasonably gather anything because you haven't given us anything to gather. You label this guy very far right, and he might be very far right, but you haven't shown anything very far right. Like, take a step back and evaluate the bare basics of what you just showed us. Wendigoon hugging someone who thinks it's okay when a pedophile dies. Okay, but let's be fair. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's something worse. Let's see.
He is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape.
Okay, so first of all, let's rewind. This guy is not a gun tuber. This just proved this man did absolutely no research. I'm talking like 2 seconds going to this guy's channel amount of research. And for those who are unaware, that rape thing is a complete lie. It is a complete lie made up by, sit down, Sneeko. Sneeko made that up, and Sneeko had to apologize and admit it was a lie because it was literal slander. I just love how in his little BreadTube tryout video, he uses Sneeko as a fucking source. I mean, it's not like his other sources are any better.
When the BreadTuber and Sneeko get a long handshake.
His other sources being Reddit. He got like 90% of this information from a thread about Wendigoon in a drama subreddit called R YouTube Drama. This man like borderline plagiarized Reddit comments. Source PeePeePooPoo123 and Sneeko. Nice job on the research, you fucking hack. Also, I love the screenshot he's using. This you, bro. This you showing sympathy to someone whose grandfather is dying.
He has collaborated with Nick Crowley, who constantly makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed.
So I don't know much about this guy, but it seems like your issue with him is that he makes true crime content. I mean, personally, I'm not a huge fan of true crime content, but it's extremely popular on YouTube.
Crowley is similar to Wendigoon, in that on the surface they seem fairly edgy, but clean enough. But then you notice that he follows less than 200 people on Twitter, and among them are the same circle with names like Wendigoon, Plagued Moth, Turkey Tom, Mr. Ballin, and Donut Operator.
On the surface, they look clean enough to pass the vibe check, but then you look closer and notice he follows people who don't pass the vibe check.
These people hate the police, and yet they're always like, sir, I'm gonna have to take a look at that Twitter follow list. Just absolute cop behavior. ACAB includes the follow police.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Brandon Herrera, who has made jokes that implied that he was sympathetic with public shooters who killed leftists. I've also seen people insinuate that Herrera was with Wendigoon in the days of being part of the Boogaloo movement, but I cannot find substantial proof on if this is true or not. But I've seen several comments saying this, so online it is at least culturally believed to be true.
Hey guys, I heard Praise of Shadows a dog. No, I don't have any proof, but it's culturally believed to be true.
He is friends with Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator.
Oompaville?
Wait,
what the hell?
Isn't Oompaville super harmless? Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking about another guy.
This Oompaville?
Yeah, no, it's him, yeah. What?
He's not even political whatsoever. I guess that's the problem, isn't it? But no, you're a bad person if you shot a gun even once. This is America. That's like saying you're a bad person if you ate a cheeseburger. His other example of Oompaville being bad is making videos about Nikocado avocado, as if anyone and their mother has not made a Nikocado avocado video. This is ridiculous. There has to be more.
He is friends with Mutahar.
Mutahar? Mutahar? Really? If someone can't be
Doesn't the way he say Mutahar sounds like an AI saying it though? That's been really bugging me. Bro, this guy just... He forgot to take his meds. I don't even know why we need to make a 25 videos about this. And I don't think, yeah, let's just keep playing.
Friends with Mutahar. They can't be friends with anyone. That dude is like so not problematic.
And has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
Oh my god, that was not even transphobic. It's literally just an edited thumbnail.
Nothing in Mutahar's video was transphobic at all.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I have to entertain this. Simply talking about a trans person isn't transphobia, and I wish that we could like move past this and
Kefal is just a bad person. It doesn't matter what sexuality or that she's transgender or not. It has nothing to do with it. She's just a bad person. He made a video on it. That's it.
just treat trans people like human beings and not like these like delicate little angels that
Oompaville was on the podcast with Mutahar, no?
we need to like step on eggshells around. It's really weird.
Who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites.
He believes in the concept of free speech for everyone. Wow. Just like the Nazis. This is what you're using to paint Mutahar as a bad person in order to paint Wendigoon as a bad person. You're running out of paint, bro.
Wendigoon is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and has even appeared in his videos. The Internet Historian publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not, and has only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
Ah yes, April 20th, Hitler's birthday. There are no other jokes surrounding the number 420. It's a weed joke. It's like making a joke about the number 69.
What? He's mad about 420? How?
This is either extremely dishonest manipulation, saying April 20th instead of the number 420 so people wouldn't notice, or you are profoundly mentally retarded, sir. Who the f sees a joke about 420 and automatically thinks Hitler? I'll tell you who. Somebody with preconceived notions about others. Everyone is already a bigot, so everything they say is bigoted, instead of the other way around. Looking at bigotry and coming to the—
This guy is a V-tweeter, but on YouTube. He thinks exactly like them.
Conclusion that that person's a bigot. No, you have this insane hater tunnel vision, which is why you're coming to insane conclusions like this.
We could talk about the time that Nick Spheres did a video—
He's like a woke caricature, but he's real.
—about the disturbing movie Iceberg, who is a great horror trance creator, and in the comments of her video, he said, "We will be watching your career with great interest," which is just kinda gross.
That is a line from Star Wars. You really saw him being friendly with a trans person, the trans person being friendly back, and came to the conclusion that this was transphobia? For f***'s sake, man, she ooh-wooed at him. Have you ever sat back and thought, hey, maybe if I have to squint my eyes and tilt my head and glue my balls to my butthole in order to paint these people as Nazis, maybe they're not Nazis?
He has interacted positively with Garand Thumb, who has said, "The traditional family should be encouraged and strengthened. I see little to no support from the government or big media."
Traditional families? Not traditional families! This is how you know this video was made for one type of person and that type of person only. Because what the are we supposed to be mad at that?
For someone who is supposedly anti-government, he sure does seem to have a lot of wealthy white friends who actively work to uphold the values of the American empire.
For someone who hates the government so much, they sure have a lot of wealthy white friends who hold up the American empire. What the f are you saying? It's like lefty Mad Libs. He's just chucking a bunch of buzzwords at the wall and seeing what sticks. Capitalism, cops, white, American empire. Again, he sounds like
so true. So true. He's throwing all the buzzwords. It's like when Hassan is talking.
Conservative's idea of what a lefty would sound like. He sounds like a Daily Wire sketch character. He goes on to talk about more Twitter accounts Wendigoon follows and how some of those accounts have liked problematic tweets. Now, see, I always thought fascism was hyper-nationalistic authoritarianism, but apparently it's actually when you follow people on Twitter that Walmart Noah Samson doesn't like.
He has publicly interacted in a friendly way with the account—
Wait, did she call him Walmart Noah Samson? That's so funny. He does look like him. That's so funny. I thought he looked familiar.
Rock solid on multiple occasions.
Responding to someone on Twitter makes you best friends with that person. Hey, by the way, this you being friendly with YouTuber Sophie from Mars, who is allegedly an abuser, is that you, bro? Because according to your own logic, not mine, that makes you and her friends, which makes you a bad person. And personally, I'd rather be friends with people who make jokes on the internet than someone who allegedly puts cigarettes out on their girlfriend's skin. But honestly, I wouldn't hold this against him. How was he supposed to know? You throw a dart into a crowd of these people and you're bound to hit a sex pest.
He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist, who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content, complaining about SJWs, who says stuff like, Karl Marx rising from the grave finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers.
I mean, what's crazy is I could have given you like 20 examples of way worse shit I've said over the years, but instead you choose a random joke I made on Twitter. You just went to my Twitter and found like one of the last tweets I made. This you, Wendigoon? This you, bro? Congratulating someone on their wedding day? A conservative masquerading as a leftist is so funny too, because like, what? What would be the point?
It's just because his left has moved so much further left that everything right of it is an extremist for him.
that? Am I waiting for like a Soros check? It would be way more lucrative as a woman on the internet to just be a conservative commentator instead of pissing off all sides like I do. Also, the term publicly friends with is so funny. He keeps saying it, and like personally, it's hilarious to me because I have to be privately friends with several public figures because they are prisoners to their own audience, because their own audiences are full of people like this guy. So I have a lot of respect for people like Wendigoon who will just talk to anyone they want to and aren't scared of these cry bullies. Also, I think it's important to say Wendigoon and I talk on Twitter sometimes, but we're not like best friends. I've never even met him in real life. But because he has the audacity to tweet at me, now all my opinions are his. And as for the lazy accusation, you got me. Honestly, this all would have bothered me way more like a few years ago, but I'm so over it now. Go ahead and call me what you like. I take solace in the fact that every woke idiot that comes at me eventually gets their own ass cancelled into the shadow realm, and yet I remain problematic and a moron forever. And I personally can't wait until the inevitable day an army of skeletons comes marching out of your closet. What does bother me, however, is linking Wendigoon to me in order to smear him. My friends and I aren't a hive mind, and that might be easy for most people to understand, but not for these people. People like this guy, they don't have friends. They have enemies and they have temporary allies. They have people they hate and people they will eventually throw under the bus the second that person has a problematic tweet one day.
He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee. It is about as white as you could possibly get. Deep Appalachia is very white country.
Do you guys think that's true? You think this kind of person doesn't have friends? They only have people they're temporary allies with?
And for the most part, is exceptionally racist. Genuinely in this part of the country, you have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise.
What?
Holy
what?
All white people from Appalachia are...
Did he just drop that? That's a Yuki Violetta line if I've seen one. That's so funny.
Racist until proven otherwise. He's implying Wendigoon is low-key racist because of where he's from. He literally has no proof otherwise. No videos, no screen caps, nothing that shows Wendigoon being racist. But you see, he has to be. So because he's from Tennessee, he secretly must be. Making a broad negative generalization about somebody based on their race, but wokely, so it's okay. Appalachia is one of the poorest areas in the country. And aren't you a poor motherfucker too? I know you don't want to hear it, but the working class revolution is not just going to be full of the purple-haired Starbucks baristas. It's also going to be Billy Bob the truck driver from Tennessee. And you have more in common with those guys than you do the rich bread tubers that you're trying to suck the farts out of currently. So why don't you drop the smug liberal attitude and show some class solidarity, comrade?
Then of course, there is his username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol. He has attempted to deflect from criticism over the use of the name by saying that his grandfather was Native American. But I personally have to look at it from the hypothetical perspective, where say I had a black or mixed grandfather in this situation, and black people were telling me that I was doing something that was racist or offensive to them. I would then listen to what they were saying instead of claiming that I had the right to do it because I had some melanin in me. Especially if I were more or less raised within a primarily white cultural
I can't
area.
take this guy seriously.
Like the Appalachian Mountains are. And also on top of that, just, frequently associated myself with white supremacists.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Where was the white supremacy? You spent like 10 minutes smearing a bunch of people Wendigoon talks to, but not once did you show any white supremacy. Again, just haphazardly throwing around lefty buzzwords. White supremacy.
We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an
I'm surprised he hasn't said patriarchy yet.
online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called the Boogaloo Boys. In 2020, they killed several police officers in a drive-by shooting in Oakland, hoping that black people would be blamed for the violence, in an attempt to create racial tension.
So basically, Wendigoon was part of a libertarian group that eventually became more extreme and radical over time, and he no longer agreed with the goals, so he left it and he disavowed it. Okay, isn't that what you want? For him to own up to his mistakes and take accountability? You'd have a point if he was still involved in this group, or even if he was part of the group.
Bro sounds like a BuzzFeed AI. Right on, for real.
While the group was doing all those terrible things, but he wasn't. It's so funny he had to add this completely made up factoid that the Boogaloos killed cops in order to blame it on black people, but I couldn't find that literally anywhere. In fact, I found the exact opposite. The Boogaloo Boys made sure people knew it was done by them. And it wasn't to spark a race war, it was to spark more anti-government sentiment. The Boogaloo Boys are a radical libertarian group. They hate cops. So I think this guy made up this thing about them wanting to blame black people, so people in his audience wouldn't think the Boogaloo Boys were cool. Yeah, they killed cops, but not in the based cool way we want to kill cops. This is probably the most damning evidence they have against Wendigoon, even though he's not involved in this group anymore, but they still it up. Zayn was liking tweets from people, glazing him, telling him what an amazing job he was doing for finally going after Wendigoon, our glorious Reddit white knight, basking in the attention and glory of finally slaying the bad vibes dragon. All while Wendigoon left a nice comment on the guy's video, telling people not to be mean to this guy. Well, that sign won't stop me because I can't read. One comment I found on this guy's video was like, loving the Wendigoon fanboys trying to deny that he's conservative. He'll get away with it because he's popular though. He'll get away with it. Get away with what? The crime of being popular online while not agreeing with you politically? Is that what this expose is about? Wendigoon exposed, not a communist. Nobody gives a shit.
So what if he's a conservative? Is that a problem? Which the answer to that is yes. But the reason that I care is because this does not belong in horror or anywhere.
This guy's
I
not
care
serious.
deeply about horror, and everything that he does has demonstrated so far in his career that he should not be welcomed in our spaces, or even, you know, just in public in general.
What? Okay. First of all, I assure
I don't judge people on their political leaning. I think it's a personal matter, just like religion is.
you nobody wants to be in your space, bro. Imagine the smell. But second of all, in public, Wendigoon should not be allowed in public spaces.
In public
Wendigoon should not be
spaces?
allowed to exist in society because he is Twitter friends with people this guy disagrees with on Twitter.
Should not be
I
accepted.
hate this mentality. Like, this guy is just trying to change everything around him because he can't do it. He can't do it. Other things around him, his environment, everybody else is wrong. And his little world around him, it all needs to be proper to what he wants and what he thinks and his moral compass.
Accepted within society at all. They should not be celebrated. They should be treated for what they are. Because remember, kids, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Well, you've told us you're a lying, manipulative hack, and I believe.
Instead of changing the way he sees things and to view things and to work on being okay with himself, he's got to change everything around him. He's literally the problem with society today. He embodies everything I dislike. Holy.
You. But Wendigoon's actions, words, and even comments he left on your video tell us he's a good person. You're so lost in the sauce, you don't even realize all you did to the average viewer was make this guy seem like a kind person who learns and grows from his mistakes. These flimsy accusations and guilt by associations may work for the NPCs in your audience who already hated Wendigoon based on vibes, but you need to bring more to the table than unsourced Reddit comments. If you're trying to convince the average person who isn't terminally online that this guy deserves to be ostracized from society. The fact is, most people have friends they don't politically agree with. Most people make edgy jokes. Many people are into guns. Many support the police. And most enjoy when pedophiles die. These things you listed as like crimes Wendigoon's friends have done in order to smear Wendigoon do not make them fascists or Nazis. They make them normal people. At the end of the day, this was just a witch hunt against a normal guy. But to these people, that is the enemy.
The worst part is that that guy believes that he's a good person and that everybody else is a bad person, but he doesn't realize that by doing this whole attacking somebody like this, he's well, he's actually the bad guy.
normal guy. They can dress it up however they want, but at the end of the day, that's what this video was. An attack on normal guys. And it's always been a war on normal guys. But hey, I'm glad you deleted the video. Hopefully you learned from this, but according to your Discord messages, you haven't. Anyway, that was that video. I just really wanted to stick up for someone who absolutely did not deserve all the hate. Thank you again to everyone who donates to me on Patreon. You help so much. And I will see you all real soon with a new video. Bye!
Okay. Oh yeah, pink sauce. Wasn't there a lawsuit with this so long ago? I thought it was over a while ago. I didn't know it was even still going on.
The pink sauce ain't made one sale this month. Not one single sale.
Chef P's pink
Well,
sauce
yeah,
has officially
who would buy that?
failed. In a series of update videos.
Have I tried it? No, dude. It came expired, wasn't it? It was nah, I would never buy overpriced sauce either.
She reveals her pitiful sales figures,
They gonna send me a check for
admitting she's clueless about the product,
I don't know what's going on with the pink sauce. I don't know where the pink sauce at.
whilst being in denial, thinking it'll make a comeback.
The pink sauce will soon be a globally distributed product. I don't know how it's gonna happen.
The fact that she experienced any success now seems like a miracle, as by Chef P's second video she was already facing problems. In its very first showcase, the sauce had a vibrant appearance, but in the TikTok that followed, the pink was slightly different. The color has changed so much. 2 days later, it was back to a darker pink, but 5 days after this, it was lighter than ever before.
Isn't that just filter? I don't know.
Creating instant suspicion amongst potential customers. Why does it keep changing colors every video, whilst the sauce's consistency was also inconsistent? In some videos it was thick, sticking to the food like glue, whilst in others it was watery, dripping off any food it was put on. The fact that the
Girl is eating paint. Isn't that the sauce that you know, it became viral on social media because it's aesthetic and people ordered it and it was bad by the time it arrived. And she didn't follow like food control norms or whatever it's called.
consistency
It
has
looks
changed
gross. It looks gross. Yeah, I'll take my regular hot sauce. Thank you.
so much really concerns me, although as shown in the very same comment, people were also incredibly curious. Why was it pink? How did she make it? Most importantly, what did the pink sauce taste like? Chef P's friends all seem to love it,
This is definitely a 10 out of 10.
but she didn't describe the flavor, building irresistible intrigue.
Honestly, it has its own taste. If you want to taste it, buy it. It goes on sale tonight.
People had gotten to the point of demanding she sell the product publicly, as Chef P had held off for ages to ensure the sauce was perfect.
We are doing quality testing to ensure that we get the best quality out to you guys to have minimum to no complaints.
In a different TikTok, she included an inspirational soundbite stating, "The biggest thing you have to worry about is making sure your quality stays up," creating expectations that the sauce would be incredible. But as she announced her first drop of 100 limited bottles, the top comment hinted at the sauce's next problem. Is it approved by US Food and Drug Administration? Well, to put it simply, no. In fact, Chef P didn't even understand what it was.
What do you mean FDA approved? I don't sell medical product. The pink sauce don't contribute to your health.
Thinking the F in FDA stood for pharmaceutical. People are really out here buying and eating pink sauce from a woman who doesn't even know what the F in FDA stands
Nah. Damn. And that's why the FDA didn't approve. And this is how you give food poisoning to people.
for. To silence the backlash, she'd host a live stream titled "The FDA is at my house."
It is safe. We are taking the precautions.
Although people found this strange. Comments read, "That's not how the FDA works, as the FDA don't do house calls,"
You think it's the FBI?
forcing Chef P to admit she was lying. Turns out she'd been visited by Florida Health Services, which seemingly failed to make the product safer. The bottles had no nutritional info or list any of the ingredients, which Chef P still didn't disclose, even after being asked.
I can't tell you the ingredients that I used to make it pink, but it's pink.
At a different time, she even lied about ingredients, claiming it had no garlic,
The pink sauce contains 0 raw garlic ingredient.
Although in a video of her making it, you can see raw garlic floating in the mix. People therefore stated, okay, but for real, what herbs are in the pink sauce? Because like, I'll get some, but I don't want to have an allergic reaction. No ingredients listed sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen if someone has an allergic reaction, forcing Chef P to reluctantly oblige.
I've been seeing all the shady comments. There will be nutrition facts. Calm down.
No, you kinda literally have to tell us how you made it pink, to which Chef P responded, I don't have to do anything. Of course my package will have nutrition facts. This was confirmed as she sent her first shipment, but the top comment predicted there'd be shipping problems. Hey, I deliver for USPS, and we kinda just shove packages into the mailbox or lockboxes. These things are probably gonna overheat and curdle or explode, which turned out to be perfectly accurate.
Oh my god. Look at this! It don't even say pink sauce on this bitch.
The sauces had been
Wait,
sent.
but I order hot sauce from Amazon and it doesn't explode. But they're not like a creamy. It's like Tabasco sauce, so she has like this creamy texture that I feel like it's gotta expire, right? She must put something in it to make it like creamy.
In the middle of summer.
You think this woman knows what a preservative is? Yeah, my bad, dude.
After taking 2.5 weeks to arrive, many had fully exploded.
And this is no ma'am, we're not trying this. It stinks.
The bottles that didn't explode were still extremely bloated.
I'm just a little worried about it being swollen. I don't know if this is considered swollen or not.
In which case the pink sauce became completely rotten. It was because the product contained milk and honey, which grew so much bacteria it expanded the bottle.
It had milk and honey.
So no doubt by the time you receive your pink sauce, the milk is already spoiled. So you're basically just buying poison.
A food safety expert stated, in some cases, raw honey can cause botulism, an extreme case of food poisoning. So it's no surprise that some people are reporting that they got violently ill after eating the pink sauce. One person claimed it sent her to hospital.
Y'all really need to stop buying these pink sauce from that girl on TikTok. Look where I ended up.
Explaining the pink sauce gave her real bad food poisoning. It seems to be the oil that she put on that sauce didn't sit well on me, whilst a Reddit user posted a similar story. My 13-year-old daughter bought a bottle of pink sauce online without my knowledge and is now in hospital. I can't even think straight. Chef P responded by claiming that
the ambulance lawyers are gonna have a field day.
These weren't real.
People making fake reports saying that they were getting sick from the
What's going on with the eyelashes?
Pink sauce. However, they never even made a pink sauce purchase.
But with incorrectly listed ingredients, this certainly could have happened. For example, the bottle's label misspelled vinegar as vinegar, which could have just as easily been a misspelling of ginger. Another person noticed her using a white mayo-like substance, which also wasn't listed.
She is using something that's not here to give it that particular color and consistency.
But the problems with the label only kept on going.
There is nothing in the label about refrigeration, nor is there an expiration date on the label.
In addition to no expiry or refrigeration warning, the bottle incorrectly stated it had 444 servings, which at 14.
Did she use a template?
14.4 grams per serving meant the bottle should have weighed 6.4 kilos or 14 pounds. To add a cherry on top of the cake, the label didn't fit the bottle, but surely Chef P was on standby to fix potential problems. Well, instead she was partying on a boat, blaming the customers for the product's shortcomings.
You guys are judging a prototype. A prototype is when a product is not an official product.
However, a lawyer named allegedly Stephanie explained this wasn't even legal.
You cannot have a prototype of food, ma'am. When it is food, it has to be perfect, as in at least edible, at least not making people sick.
Leading Chef P to apologize.
My apologies. I'm only human. I'm not perfect.
And remove the sauce from sale until she could fix its problems. In the meantime, people began to joke. It's all fun and games till you see her pink sauce in the store, although nobody expected this would actually happen until—
There's no way stores sell that. Shouldn't they check first?
it was announced you could buy the sauce in Walmart. Chef P stated, "I'm ready for chapter 2, having partnered with a company called Dave's Gourmet, who used their expertise to ensure the product wouldn't explode."
Thank you so much,
Chad, don't tell me it's gonna actually end up at Walmart or another shop. Nah.
Dave's Gourmet. I'm so excited about the growth and scaling of the sauce.
With articles such as how the pink sauce chef survived her downfall, and comments like, "Oh, I'm so happy for her. They were bashing her so much," it seems Chef P had fixed her reputation. She reassured the audience, "We will not let you down." And with the sauce in over 4,000 stores, Rolling Stone literally wrote, "It's hard to see what would..."
Mass poisoning. She's gonna have so much lawsuits. Surely they roll it back as soon as possible.
Stop her at this point. The taste of that victory must be sweet, although only 16 days later, people already found the bottles being taken off shelves.
People started to post videos showing that the pink sauce is going on clearance, which, by the way, look at this color.
Dude, you shouldn't even sell it on clearance.
Look at the color that the pink sauce lady showed. That is not pink.
As mentioned, the color had also changed dramatically. In multiple different TikToks, the contents turned a yellowish brown.
In reality, it's like the same color as cane sauce.
Possibly informing another massive price drop. It's funny because most of the pink sauce is on the clearance section in Walmart for 50 cents, but somehow the bottles still fell further.
So a video just went viral showing the...
Bro, you wouldn't even pay me enough to eat this. You'd have to pay people to eat this, and even so they'd say no.
Pink sauce on clearance at Walmart for just 25 cents a bottle.
Chef P's comments filled with people calling her a failure, yet she'd respond by stating, "When they say you fell off, but pink sauce just sold 200,000 bottles. People therefore thought she was doing extremely well, although it turns out the opposite was true.
I almost got evicted from my home. I had to go get $20 from my mama.
Pink sauce creator claims she's broke due to a faulty deal. "I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food." The article explained Chef P had opened a GoFundMe trying to raise $100,000 as, "Right now I don't even have enough money to buy my kids food on my own. My mum is on disability and has been giving us $20 just to get by on a daily basis." This was confirmed by a video showing her eviction notice, claiming Dave's Gourmet had stolen her recipe and ruined the product by changing its color.
Dave's Gourmet should know why the sauce turned yellow when it hit the shelves.
She further added, "They lied to me. They are not paying me and are not being transparent about records. I have been silenced and financially sabotaged. They are refusing to pay me the royalty that is owed to me."
These people defrauded me, so I would have to sue them for fraud.
Although it turns out this was just another lie, because Dave's Gourmet responded,
Shockers. And now what, is she gonna get sued for slander?
Explaining they'd paid her 120 grand, which Chef P had wasted on luxury spending. They'd further explained that she'd requested over $10,000 in marketing expenses to throw herself a birthday party to maybe be featured on TikTok. She also requested that they pay for her dress $800 and shoes $600 plus. Chef P also attempted to submit business expense reports for personal expenses, like buying 4 pairs of sneakers or expensing her grocery bills, but when Dave's Gourmet would not approve these expenses, she got upset and never collaborated with them since. Chef P instead took her GoFundMe earnings and relaunched the pink sauce in a new powder format, which supposedly somehow completely sold out. People joked that she probably only had 10 in stock, to which Chef P angrily responded, "Thanks for keeping me on the algorithm with your meaningless comment. If she did only have 10 in stock, August the Duck bought 40%.
There are 4 total sauces, 2
I've seen this guy's video go around.
blue sauces, 2 pink sauces,
exposing the product as
What shoes are $600? Oh, lots of them. Designer shoes.
extremely expensive.
Each one of these packets, one single serving, $20 a piece. I spent $80 fucking on what you're looking at right here.
He then had to spend a further $70.
We need 4 different ingredients to make this sauce. About $150.
Wait, but $600 Canadian. Not a US. I feel like that's on the upper high end. Yeah. I feel like sneakers, like the really good ones, the tech ones, They're around like $250. Like a pair of sneakers, normal, brand new, that's like at least $130. Like the New Balance and all of that. Well, Canadian. Okay, you know what? The currency's too different.
Is how much I've spent.
For what he discovered was a terrible flavor.
I'm sorry, Chef Pie, but no, they're both definitely gross. It does not taste like ranch. It tastes far worse than ranch.
Likely contributing to Chef P's current position, literally 0 sales, as was shown in the opening clip.
The pink sauce ain't made one sale this month. Not one single sale.
And as of just the previous week, the pink sauce website is now fully deleted. On top of this, Chef P's company Flavor Crazy was previously listed as active, but after recently checking the very same page, it now rather says inactive. She'd post on her Instagram, normalize being out of the loop. Like, what is even going on, LOL? Likely because she doesn't even know where to buy the original pink sauce.
I haven't seen nothing at no Walmart or no other store. And it's my business, it's my product, and I don't even know where it's at.
And only that she's receiving basically 0 royalties.
They gonna send me a check for $121. Lord Jesus, take the wheel.
$121 is too generous.
Yeah, you're lucky they didn't sue you.
But Chef P's still convinced she has a $1 billion business, which is a pretty crazy value for a product that's only sold secondhand on eBay.
The cheek-to-cheek.
For an experience, probably. Yeah, a lot of petite women say they can't find size 5 shoes, or they have a hard time. Who can afford $600 for shoes? Oh, I don't know about that. That's another question. Totally. Rich people, probably. In this economy? Yeah, I'm in dark mode right now. Because we're cozy watching some stuff. Yeah, she could have done so well for herself if she took, security reasons and was a little bit responsible or asked somebody for help. But nope. Okay, this is a 1-hour video. That's a little long. Australia to ban children from using social media? Wait, that's kind of based.
Australia is to ban children from using social media. The legislation will impose and enforce a minimum age to use platforms like...
Have you looked into Grimmy yet? No, I haven't. I'm waiting on False to make videos on that. Yeah, Australia to ban children from using social media. Interesting.
Facebook and Instagram by the end of the year. Although the exact age hasn't yet been revealed, the government is consulting on settling it between the ages of 14 and 16. Here's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explaining his reasoning.
I want to see kids off their devices and onto the footy fields and the swimming pools and the tennis courts. We want them to have real experiences with real people, because we know that social media is causing social harm. This is a scourge. We know that there is mental health consequences for what many of the young people have had to deal with. The bullying that can occur online, the access to material which causes social harm.
The brain rot? You forgot about the brain rot?
Well, our correspondent in Sydney, Phil Mercer, tell me more.
As we heard there from the Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, he doesn't want an Australian child's best friend to be a device. He wants them out on the football field or playing netball on a court. So what his government is proposing, that before the next election, which is due before May of next year, he wants to bring in new legislation that would set a minimum age for children to access social media. He hasn't said how young an Australian would have to be or how old they would have to be in order to set up an account. It's likely to be somewhere between 14 and 16 years of age. The Prime Minister is favouring the upper level in that age range. But many unanswered questions remain. How would this be enforced? We know that facial recognition and age verification software will be trialled in this country ahead of any specifics relating to this legislation. So essentially, Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, wants to clamp down on young people's use of social media because he says that parents are worried sick about what their experiences might be.
And at the moment, there is already...
Guys, imagine a world without social media right now. We'd all be outside doing stuff. After the pink sauce lady should be 70-year-old.
Supposed to be an age limit imposed by people like Facebook and Instagram, who want users to be, I think, at least 30.
Casual Geographics made one on how to survive bears. We'd all have girlfriends. True.
13 years old, but the question is going to be partly around enforcement and...
Yeah, actually, never mind. We'd be playing video games. We'd be playing video games. But you know what? Like, I guess that would be the internet. We need to cut off the internet completely. I feel like video games were a little bit less addictive than the ones you play online. The online ones are like crafted in a way that they want you to play every single day. Yeah, we'd still have TV. I'm a big TV watcher, so for real.
Personal liberty.
Kind of coping right now.
In freedom, I guess.
Well, this debate is ongoing not in Australia, but as you say, right around the world. How much time on a device is good and what should young people be consuming? Now, people who are concerned about Australia's rush to impose a minimum age say that essentially it would deprive Australian children of the benefits of social media. For many young people. They happily use social media as a way to connect with their friends, to be educated and informed. And what some critics of the Prime Minister want is not this sledgehammer approach to imposing a minimum age, but more work to be done to make the internet more appropriate and accessible for children. So it is a massive debate in this country, and the government is promising to bring in new laws by the end of the year. So it is very much in a hurry in this regard.
Phil Mercer there for us.
Windagoon is...
That is... Oh no, not this guy again. Please, no. That's a tough one. I mean, I think they should do both. I think not allowing minors on social media will probably do wonders to their mental health and their how do you say that word? Independence. There was a book that I read called The Cuddling of the American Mind, and it's this guy, he's done some research, and he finds that kids, they're too dependent on their parents increasingly for an older time, a longer time. So like, I don't know, when I was a kid, I would, you know, play in the streets by myself. My parents would let us go buy stuff at the grocery store. I wasn't inside locked on my phone the whole time. So I learned how to do a lot of things myself. But nowadays, people are just inside all the time. They're on their phone, and their parents do everything for them, and they hover over them a lot. Yeah, it's like helicopter parenting. I mean, we get horse anime moments, so I guess it could be worse. Thank you. And we get on not that bad. I don't... That's gotta be rage bait, right? The Rings of Power 2 is a...
Every generation
The
there
Rings
comes
of
along
Power
a work
2
of art.
is a masterpiece. That's gotta be rage bait. Right? Like, what is this? What? Let him cook? Alright, show me what you got. It's gotta be bait. I can't believe somebody would make this title unironically. Let's see.
Every generation there comes along a work of art so profound it breaks new ground and chisels its place in the pantheon of television. The Rings of Power blazed a new trail and transcended the world of entertainment to bring forth a bold new world for the Lord of the Rings. A masterpiece, a Middle-earth so majestic, so magnificent that it made Tolkien spin in his grave to get out and watch it. In 2022, the world wondered, would the Rings of Power ever be bettered? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that day has come. Patrick McKay and J.D. Payne have done it again. The Rings of Power 2 is beauty beyond description, a masterpiece beyond compare, a creation of televisual artistry so awe-inspiring, it belongs in the Sistine Chapel.
Oh god,
Here
she has so much makeup in that previous scene. What the hell?
is why
Visible
the
makeup.
Rings of Power 2 is a masterpiece. The Lord of the Rings, an apt name, for it was never about a lady. Galadriel, glad we see her at all.
I don't even know who you are.
When will
So
she get
pretty.
married? Her main reason for being, saving a 3-foot hobbit from going 6 feet under.
Back!
Under the thumb, another woman, and she's not even human. Eowyn, she fulfills her prophecy to kill the Witch King of Angmar,
I thought he was gonna go on about the spider.
and then disappears, presumably back to the kitchen.
No.
The women of Middle-earth were not in the middle, they were on the bottom. Their careers, rearing babies, or scaring them. The Rings of Power rips up the script and tilts the world of men on its axis. Galadriel is no longer where did you go, she's the star of the show.
Yes, I will not stop until he is destroyed.
In the Peter
Micah! Great from Micah! Hello, Micah! Hope you had a great stream. How you doing? Guys, go give her a follow. We're doing a concert together soon. It's gonna be super fun. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid.
Jackson trilogy, this would be a lovely scene. 3 ladies getting married. Now, 2 men who look like ladies and Galadriel, who resist the temptation of the Rings of Power so well. One wonders why she didn't just make the trip to Mount Doom herself.
Fuck me, that was fast.
In Season 2 so far, Queen Galadriel hasn't yet leapt like LeBron or swam like the Queen Mary, but she has rode horses and smiled like she's had Botox. 3 courses.
You know that look?
Deezer, she seemingly has an appetite for pizza, but much bigger than her is a voice so big it brings down mountains. Nori and Poppy are Frodo and Sam, but with one key difference. Neither is a man. Miriel of Numenor, a woman so stunning, so brave, Numenor should be renamed Womanor. Iarien, the perfect name, for she gives an earful in every scene.
This elf stone is your queen!
Silence!
Women will be heard. The Dweller, don't mind me, I'm just a non-binary, who looks like the real Slim Shady. The original trilogy won 17 Oscars, a wondrous achievement until one wonders, aren't the Oscars named after a man? The Lord of the Rings was a story of white male misogyny.
No.
Aragorn, Gandalf, Legolas, Frodo and Sam, characters so triggering the trilogy belongs in a gun store. Tolkien was keen to make men king, a lack of thinking now corrected by the modern minds of Amazon. Male characters in the Rings of Power
minds of Amazon. I like that line.
2 are a fine improvement. Isildur, is he going to survive? Yes, the man who slays Sauron is saved by a horse.
Bro, yes, I saw that scene actually. The best scene so far in the whole show. I think I've tried to watch 3 episodes. I keep falling asleep. You know, and I try to pick back up wherever, I don't know, but the best scene was legit the one with the horse so far. The horse actually has a really long scene. They make him go like everywhere. He looks for clues and stuff. It's a fucking detective. His name is Barrack. I love the horse. Clop clop, baby. Look. It's literally that. It's literally that. That's so funny. He fights off the spiders. He escapes the First he escapes the slavers. He looks for clues of his master. He looks for his trail. He goes into a snowy area. He finds the grotto. He frees Isildur from the grasp of a like spider lady, and then he runs away with him. It's kind of like, it's so funny. When a man and a horse this is sacred love, guys. This is sacred love.
If not for Seabiscuit, Middle-earth would have been lost to darkness forever. Elrond, formerly elegance personified,
Best
now he
ship, for
whines
real.
and is ignored.
Oh, my friend!
Demon!
These rings, they must be destroyed.
That decision is far above your privilege.
High King Gilgalad sends out messengers to inform Celebrimbor, the forger of the rings, that Halbrand is Sauron in human form. Wise move.
Oh, are you stupid? Oh.
The stranger. In season 1, he screamed like a madman. Now he speaks like a scholar.
Yeah.
There must be some evil upon this land.
When he's not.
I was so confused too. His voice was actually a shock. I couldn't remember if the season before he spoke at all. And he speaks like this perfect English, like he's some kind of brutish man. I was like, what is this voice? It doesn't fit the character at all. He found his... Shut up.
Not a donkey. Prince Durin, blaster of rock, beaten up by bullies and blasted by his wife.
I wasn't wrong.
You're wrong now. Either you bring news of this to your father, or I will.
I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Daddy issues. Behind every great man is an even better woman. Isildur has found one.
Don't.
To ignore. Ambush. Middle-earth is more diverse than a packet of M&Ms, but this gang is Milky Bar buttons.
You should have listened to the girl.
Sage advice. Seabiscuit can't save you now. There's only one man who can. Robin Hood from the Hood. An elf so good he collects firewood after kicking ass, like Hollywood. Arondir is here, but not for long, for he has a funeral.
I like how he did 20 flips going into the scene. He flipped so much. It looks ridiculous.
To attend for a mummy. The Lord of the Rings was whiter than a Christmas card. The Rings of Power 2 is a true testament to virtue.
Yeah,
the elves, the dwarves, the...
I noticed that too. The elves, they really don't put enough, like all of the elves have, it feels like they tried to put more black and dark haired elf than like blonde hair elf, because there's a scene that's supposed to be like this really aesthetic, elvish scene and landscape. But I feel like they really forced it with, you know, the color diversity. You can tell that they were trying to put a spin on it. Meanwhile, in the original, they were all like, they were mostly blonde. There was some black-haired elves, and that added, that made them like stand out, like Elrond, for example. But like the filler elves, they were all blonde.
Mortal men and women, this isn't Tolkien's Middle-earth based on the Middle Ages, but modern Earth based on checking boxes. In Season 2, even the orcs have had a makeover. Where there is a dearth of diversity, villainy, Sauron the White Man has the power to transform into any conceivable creation. What does he become? An even whiter man. Although this time he's middle class.
Next few rounds on me.
So, okay, that actually confused the heck out of me. Because I guess this is a little bit of spoiler, but it happens in episode 3, so not really, but I nodded off, like, you know, sometimes you go off on your little daydream while you're watching something, and or I like turn away from the TV, I come back, and there's a new character standing there, and I'm so confused. I couldn't understand who it was. I rewinded it so many times, and then I finally looked it up, but it's Sauron transformed into a blonde elf that's like, looks very ethereal. I was like, what the hell is this?
A friend. The elves.
That's supposed to be Sauron.
I see.
Adar, the king of the orcs, played by a new actor, but still whiter than chalk.
I actually like this character. He's like kind of, I mean, I like his look. I think every character could be written better.
Poor Miriel, ready to become queen, but usurped by an evil white king and a mob of evil white men.
Murderer! Wield knives! Dark magic!
From top to bottom, villainy in the Rings of Power is a Procol harem song. Tolkien crafted a love letter to literature with some of the finest dialogue ever written.
Come on, Mr. Frodo. I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you.
The Rings of Power pays tribute with words worthy of Shakespeare, Sophocles, and Wilde.
There's a warning, not to forget the words to the song, or you'll just go round in circles.
Sing to me, land far away.
What melody? Surely a contender for a Grammy.
Sauron looked inside you, plucked the very song of your soul, note by note. Lost king who could ride you to victory.
Sauron, a dark steed ready to mount. What poetry?
I'm sorry. You look terrible.
Durin, just another character crying during the Rings of Power. Payne and McKay paved the way for more emotion than a play at the Globe. If the beautiful dialogue isn't enough to make you weep, Season 2 has all the action of a summer blockbuster. When the wizard not named Gandalf unleashes his full powers... Elrond refusing to hand over the rings...
Totally, that's totally that. Same vibes.
Grab hold of something.
What was that? Is Galadriel out for a dip?
Iceberg, right ahead!
Killed to the bounty hunter.
With Captain Solo in the cargo hold.
The Rings of Power is 90% dialogue, 10% die-hard.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
The Rings of Power has an unceasing power to make you laugh. In a flashback, the coronation of Sauron.
Wait, that was a flashback? I couldn't understand what was going on in that scene, not gonna lie. I don't understand anything that's going on. There's so much that's going on in the show. Every 2 seconds there's a new plotline, it seems. It's such a shit show. I'm like, it's a Lord of the Rings, so you know, I'll take what I can get. It's supposed to be Lord of the Ring franchise, but it really, really doesn't hit the same.
You need to rest.
Oh, certainly not.
Nice Bazo. Barrack, best horse. Yes.
Show the rings of
Oh
power
my god, when you put the laughs on top, it actually looks like a parody.
to prospective dates, and if they fail to laugh, you'll know that they have no sense of humor. Payne and McKay have crafted comedy so funny you'll wonder if you've been poisoned with Joker venom. The Rings of Power 2 is a masterpiece of modern television. It once again gives all the power to all the women and reduces men to donkeys, delinquents, or damsels in distress. Diversity is thy name, and it is everywhere except in the lair of evil. Sauron, Pharazôn, Adar. If they were any whiter, they'd be transparent. The Rings of Power makes you laugh, makes you cry. A new high for Amazon. Truly 5-star television. It's art in its purest form with the power to change the world. Say goodbye to racism, sexism, and all the other isms forever.
The edits of this video, that was really funny. That went crazy. Wow. The intro and the outro in particular really sold me. That was funny. Not gonna lie, they almost had me in the first half. The horse part was especially perfect. Yeah, I love that. That was hilarious. Oh. Oh, good laugh, good video. Alright, The Rings of Power 2 is a masterpiece. All I got was Berg was the best girl from the series. That's all you need to know, honestly. That's all you need to know. There's true horse representation in that show. Berg is the horse we all strive to be. Exactly. Like, honestly, that horse behaved like a dog. Like, it should have been a dog. I'm just glad Rima got a cameo on a major production. Major production from Amazon, yeah. I think I'm gonna call it. I've been streaming for 4 hours and it's getting late. But thank you so much for hanging out. I will send you guys to raid. What video did you guys prefer from tonight? The Rings of Power one, the pink sauce. The pink sauce! It was a good video too. It was like goofy enough that it was not too heavy. The shoe on head was a little painful to watch because that guy is just horrible and it's not necessarily a timeless video. It's like related to some drama that happened. I like the pink sauce one because it was like kind of goofy. I'm not selling drugs, she said. Oh god. All right. Goodbye, everybody. I love y'all. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for hanging out as usual.